Now, from the Fan Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Sports Center is brought to you by Crunch Fitness. Memberships as low as $9.99 per month. Find your Crunch time in Portland, Vancouver, and online at crunch.com. First on the Fan, 4 games in the NFL divisional round. The first game is going to be on Saturday. Texans head into Arrowhead. They're taking on the Chiefs. Right now, the temperature is expected to be 25 degrees at kickoff. KC favored by 8. Total is set at 41.5. Kickoff will be at 1:30. Then at 5 p.m., the Commanders travel to Detroit. They're taking on the top seed in the NFC, the Lions. Lions are continuing to get healthier. They're going to get running back David Montgomery back. He's been out the last month with the right MCL injury. Detroit is favored by 9.5. The total is set at 55.5. On Sunday, the action starts with the NFC. You got the Rams traveling to Philly. They're going to take on the Eagles. Right now, the Eagles are favored by 6.5. Total is set at 43.5. The temperature is expected to be a balmy 31 degrees for this noon kickoff. Immediately after that game, the marquee matchup gets underway. Ravens traveling to Buffalo to take on the Bills. Baltimore wide receiver Zay Flowers is doubtful. The temperature is expected to be 18 at 3:34 kickoff. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Will Ortner at the Fan Sports Desk. Listen live or on demand on the Odyssey app, the Fan's desktop player, or tell your smart speaker to play 1080 The Fan.
Live, local, and free. No subscription.
To get the latest on the Ducks, Beavers, Blazers, and more.
Football Friday with Isaac and Suk on 1080 The Fan.
Hey, what it do?
Hey!
What's up? Good Friday.
It's a little weird
Why?
because ever since we've got into the office, you're doing a weird Gucci Mane thing,
Gucci
and
Mane.
I find it off-putting, and I don't know why.
It's my
Why-
fault.
it
I
is-
started it.
It is Ortner's fault. By the way, Will Ortner, everybody. He's in for Ryan Buckley, who has quit.
Oh. Finally, the trust fund came through.
We drove him out.
Is that what happened?
No, he's on vacation. He'll be back Monday. Or actually Tuesday. We don't have a show Monday.
Shocking. Another vacation that Buckley
Yeah.
didn't pay for.
Well, he says that's actually, I think, true.
Yeah.
It's his mom is retiring.
Hmm.
And so they're going out to the coast to celebrate her.
Which, once again, Ryan Buckley will not pay for.
I
His
think
white
that's right.
privilege knows no bounds.
Yeah.
Did you also see, he got the bike left at the side of his house a while back.
Yeah.
Did you see what was left?
Yeah. There was a book.
Yes. Do you know of that book?
Was it Catcher in the Rye?
It's Catcher in the Rye.
Yeah.
Have you ever read Catcher in the Rye?
Yeah. I think they made
Yeah,
us read it.
It's one of those young adult novels. Will,
Do I remember it?
It's
no.
banned now, to
It's
my
banned?
understanding. Yeah, it's one of the big banned books. We
it
didn't
really?
read it in school. Well, yeah, someone shot someone and blamed the book for it.
Huh.
Like the book told them to kill someone. I
Well,
think.
this is the great part. So Buckley's white privilege knows no bounds. Free bikes, free vacations. The whole point of Catcher in the Rye is a rich, entitled brat goes around and basically ends up being an ass for the entire book. He's just a wealthy, privileged, kid that it's affluenza. And so the fact that someone left the Catcher in the Rye on the side of Buckley's house, clearly messages are being sent at this point. And quite frankly, I love it.
That's kind of scary.
Well, I just thought
Quite
it was
frankly.
I don't even know if Buckley knew the whole premise
No.
behind Catcher in the Rye.
I think he would have been more disturbed if he did.
because that is what it just follows. I'm trying to remember the crappy main character's name, but he's just a rich, whiny bitch, and he complains about his life. He's very unhappy, gets kicked out of schools, and then at the end anyway, it's a whole thing. But it is basically the tale of one Ryan Buckley.
Is it Holden Caulfield?
Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, Holden Caulfield. We had to read it when I was like in high school or something.
Yeah, I think they made us read it too, but I don't remember. Anyway, yes, Will Ortner, who is in for Buck, and Buck will be back on Tuesday. I was just kidding about him quitting, although he probably wants to quit.
Well, he's just waiting for his wife to tell him that he can and be a stay-at-home dad. Because he was a stay-at-home dad for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we were in the other studio before the show doing radio things, and Ortner and I were in there, and he said, Gucci Mane.
You asked if you had audio, and I said you're Gucci Mane.
Yeah. And I knew what that meant. And then Ortner, I didn't say anything, but Ortner then goes, I bet if I asked you what that was, you have no idea. Gucci Mane.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, Will.
You know.
Ye little field mouse. I am a Gucci Mane P1.
You couldn't pick him out when I showed you the photo.
Well, at least I knew who he was. But yeah, no, I don't
know that you did.
I still don't. Well, no, I know Gucci. I've heard of Gucci Mane. So I knew. Look, I know you were expecting old man Isaac here to not have any clue what you were doing and talking about, and I did. So in your face. But then I went and looked up Gucci Mane. He looks nothing like I thought. Like I could not pick him out of a lineup. But now I can because apparently he has an ice cream cone tattoo on his face.
He has a giant ice cream. You can't miss him.
That's great.
Yes, and he wears a lot of Gucci.
He has a song called "The Ice Cream Man," if I remember
Gucci
correctly.
Mane.
All I know, that right there, like
Hey,
for the last hour and a half to 2 hours, every time he'll just be for no reason, under no context. Rob will be like Gucci Man, and I don't
Mane, not man,
Mane. Yeah, there's a Y.
Mayne.
And I don't know why, but it's throwing me off. Because
well, I like to entertain myself.
Yeah.
And the other day I was in a studio with Buckley, and I was doing something just like that. Like I don't even know I'm doing it. I'm just entertaining myself in my own little pea brain. I'm just,
Yeah, Rob's sitting here talking to no one, and
That's
out of
right.
nowhere you hear him go, Gucci Mane.
That's right. And I did something like that, and Buckley just turns to me and goes, "Do you annoy the living hell out of your wife?" And I said, that's a good question. Yeah. I do think I do.
Yeah.
Yes.
Isn't that the whole point of being married?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
if it's not that, it's something else.
Yes.
But I said, I think I do.
Yeah.
But I don't care.
No. I got that the other day.
And then I said, do I annoy you? And he goes, no. But you sure do talk to yourself a lot.
Yeah. Well, they do say talking to yourself is a sign of intelligence. Also, craziness.
Look at that. Yeah, I think I'm a little crazy.
It's really a kind of a...
I'm not intelligent.
Two sides of the
probably the crazy part.
Two sides of the same coin. Oh,
yeah. My brother and I both
enlightened.
Talk to ourselves a lot.
Yeah.
It's a weird thing.
You and Jim Harbaugh, right? Just
You'll
out
catch
there.
us.
Yeah.
Out there just mumbling.
A lot of milk.
Talking about Gucci Mane.
Yeah, man.
You getting into Waka Flocka or no?
Yeah. I love it.
Big trap rap fan?
Yeah.
More of a 2 Chainz man myself.
Hey, there's a Southern
Whoa.
rapper. Good for you. The problem is he's also old, though. He's around your guys' age.
2 Chainz is?
Yeah, Gucci Mane is close to your age, too. 44.
Are you calling us old?
No, never. I would never do that to you.
What's
You're
old
very
to you?
young. Hip.
What's old to you?
Old to me?
Yeah.
Mid-30s.
God.
Then yes, we would
We're
be
old.
the definition of old.
How's that make you feel?
I don't mind being old.
Tell me about your feelings.
It doesn't bother me at all. I embrace my oldness. I wouldn't want to go back into my 20s. That's, your 20s suck. I'll take my 40s over my 20s.
I told the kids the other day, they're in their mid-20s, you know? And I picked them up from the airport. It was Meatball and his friend who lives here now. And they were wrecked because they were coming back from a birthday party in Chicago.
Sure.
And they were all hungover. You know how it was in your 20s.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm like, you guys, look at you. You are pathetic. Look at this. You look terrible. You sound terrible. You're about to get sick. You know you are.
Yeah.
You went too hard. And we were talking about life in our 20s. And I said, well, I remember those days. But then I said, you know what? I actually don't remember those days. Like, do you remember a lot about your 20s?
Sure. Although, I mean, I went...
Because I don't. If you want to talk to me about stages of life, I mean, I know the stage I was in.
Yeah.
I don't... I have way more memories from 30 on than I do from my mid-20s.
No, I mean, and I had kids and stuff early, so, it wasn't like... It wasn't my 20s were just like this, it wasn't the roaring 20s. I just, I don't know. I'm
Good reference.
Yeah, thank you. I'm a big believer of, like you said it best, seasons of your life, right? And I find it weird when people reminisce or like want to go back to the season. I get maybe if you're in your 80s or something, but I don't know. I feel like each decade of my life has gotten better. I mean, there's certain things you'd want to go back and be like, man, if I could be a teenager again. But you think about how weird your teenage years were, and then how when you're 20s, you're just still trying to figure crap out.
That's kind of was my point with them. I'm like, you guys, you realize you won't remember any of this.
No.
You're 25 years old.
Yeah.
This is a blip on the radar.
Yeah.
You know, you haven't gotten anywhere yet.
Yeah.
You still live in crappy apartments.
Yeah, you don't have any money. You own like one towel. You're still trying to pull your head out of your own arse all the time. It's,
Yeah. I'm like,
Exactly.
Life hasn't really even begun for you.
You're
guys.
driving a car that like your grandfather gave you or something, or, you scrounged up a couple bucks.
He's just using every single thing that I've told him to just attack me.
Was that your grandfather's car?
Yes.
Oh, I thought it was your dad's. I actually did that. I was actually doing that to try to spare you from the dad. No, but that's just what you do when you're in your 20s. And you're kind of figuring out. And then I feel like by the 30s, right, hopefully you got a job. You got more than a job. You got a career, saving a few bucks. Maybe you meet a gal. Maybe you have a kid or something, and you kind of move on. And then you get into your 40s. And I feel like your 40s are should be, if you're doing it right, your 40s should be a great time. You're still young enough where you can get out and still kind of, you can mix it up a little bit if you want, but you're smart enough, again, not to go out and get trashed every single night. You got a few bucks. You can travel a little bit. Like, I'm not a big looking back sort of guy. I find those guys, that's high school football guy that's listening to Kenny Chesney, like Boys of Falls, and getting teared up because he reminisces. Like, I don't miss any of that. I can appreciate the football days. I can appreciate my friendships I had with those guys. And then when you do go back, it's weird. Like, people, like when I go back to reunions, I find those to be sad. Because you realize that you're not those same people. You might not have anything to in common with any of those people. And you realize that maybe those times aren't as good as you remember them. So I just choose to remember them the way I remember them. And that I don't need to go back and relive them. You just kind of put them on the shelf and you can access them when you want. But don't try to go back. You can't go back home.
Well, I'm about to turn 50. So I got a whole new set of...
Yeah.
I don't know what you want to call them, but I got a new set of experiences coming.
Yeah, it's a new season, man.
I'm looking forward to it.
Well, you pee every 8 seconds, so you're already there, for God's sakes.
Yeah, I'm already. That's
closer to getting those early bird dinners.
That's right.
Yeah.
I think you can start getting them right around 50.
No, I actually think this is a fun fact, and Will, you may know this. I do believe that Meatball is already an AARP member.
What?
I did get, I got AARP stuff sent to me, right?
Yeah.
Well, how old is he?
Well, he's like your age, 25.
Okay.
I think you guys
It was right around then, yeah.
I don't know how many people know this. You can join. You don't have to be old to join.
Really?
I'm
I'm
pretty sure.
I thought
it really hurt my feelings. It was right around my 25th birthday they sent me my first one.
What is?
I don't know. I knew you were going to ask that. I don't know what AARP really is.
No idea.
But I don't think you have to be 50 or 55 to join.
That's what I thought. It is the American Association of Retired People.
Yeah. Yeah. But you can join it. And Meatball gets all the benefits.
Board
Oh, he
chair.
actually joined it?
Yeah, that's what I said. He's
what
like,
benefits does he get?
I don't know. He gets like
I need to talk to
$5
Meatball.
off at buffets and stuff like that. I don't know.
I can't go to buffets.
You know?
You shouldn't go to buffets.
No, that's like
I should ask him.
That's
Let
like
me
going
ask
to a bar if you're an alcoholic.
Yeah, that's another reason.
problem.
Like, as you get older, you realize that buffets aren't for you, or you get older and you realize the buffets, like, you go back, like the poor decisions you make in your 20s, it comes full circle, because as you get older, you'll go back to making terrible decisions.
It's younger 20s though. I'm 27. I'm not getting drunk every weekend. I'm not blacking out.
Yeah, you've
anymore.
grown out of it.
Yeah.
That's
But
not well.
You're
you
not all the
can't.
way there yet, though.
No, I still do dumb things, but like I have a Roth IRA. I'm pretty smart.
Well, you're on your way.
He's an AARP member.
No, I'm not. I'm looking into that. I'm curious about it though.
Yeah, that's what's wild is like, and this is why your 40s and maybe hopefully your 50s and even beyond are great, is that you look back even just a year and you go, my God, how much smarter I am now than I was a year ago.
Absolutely.
Or 5 years ago or
Yeah.
10 years ago.
Yeah.
And that is a comforting feeling. It's it's nice. It's a nice thing. It's perspective. It's every year you get older, you just feel a little bit more at ease.
Well, I'm a big believer of the easiest way to learn anything is just by doing it.
Yeah.
And so by nature, the older you get,
Well, it's why all the olds,
Yeah,
it
they're
doesn't matter
smart.
who they are or what they've done. They all have something to offer you because
Yeah.
they've lived.
Yes.
They've lived life, Will. That's advice for you.
I'm-
It doesn't
I
matter who they are
appreciate it.
or what they've done. They can help you because they're experienced.
I listen to you guys. I
So
promise.
you youngs, and I'm not saying you, but the youngs that just dismiss the boomers and the olds, you're missing out on a lot of valuable wisdom.
Okay, boomer.
You can't call us boomers though, because we're not.
That's right.
What do you call? What is the new term for
Old.
olds like us
I just
that
you're,
aren't?
you're just old, dude.
Well, I want a term.
I don't really have a term.
I think you're just
not
a-
a boomer.
we're just
I
old.
mean, people will call you a boomer, but they won't. Like, you can't call me a millennial. I'm not a millennial.
You're a Gen Zer.
That's right. I'm leading from the front.
God.
I've had people just say dad.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Okay, Dad.
Yeah.
I'm not calling you dad.
Yeah, you-
even if there's a fire.
Okay, Gramps.
Yeah, you get something like that.
Pawpaw.
Maybe Unk.
Unk.
God.
I got
Please-
called Unk the other day. I didn't like it.
No, don't call me Unk.
I'm not calling you
It's
Unk.
not. That doesn't work.
Might have to now.
Unk.
I'm ready for my colonoscopy.
Oh yeah. I didn't
Get
think you,
that this year.
I don't think you did that anymore.
Colonoscopy?
Yeah. Oh,
Oh,
I thought you just went in the box.
What do you mean?
What's in the box?
No, dude, you gotta
I don't
get
think
your
I
colon
don't think they
checked.
probe anymore. I think you just go in the box, unless you've got like underlying conditions.
That's not what I've been told.
Oh, well, what's
They're
your
trying to get in my butt.
I was gonna say, what's your doctor up to? Holy cow!
Well, anyway, big Friday show. Will's in.
Yeah,
Um,
it's a Gucci Mane show.
Buckley's out, Maine. Joey Harrington will be on today. We'll see if he's any more depressed or any less depressed, I guess I should say, because the Ducks, last week he was really down.
Yeah, that took him. That
He was
took
really
him,
sour.
That took him for a spin. He is not in a good season of his life right now.
Well, we'll find out.
Little downward spiral.
Dude,
there.
it's not bad to be Joey Harrington.
Oh no.
Trust me.
Oh.
So if he starts griping, we need to slap him around a little bit.
I do think it is probably good. If you're trading lives with someone, you could do a lot worse than trading with Joey Harrington.
I mean, last week he was saying he was cooking. Was he cooking?
It was something with anchovy. I think was it a steak with anchovy butter?
Yeah, that's what it was.
Yeah. So like
An anchovy puree.
yeah, and he sent us a photo of it, and then like an hour later, I sent him a photo of my hams and wings that I was eating at Jerry's, and I was like, touche. If you want to know the difference between the two of us, he was hand grilling an anchovy butter steak. Me, I'll take some wings and a draft beer.
I mean, every day of his life
Yeah,
is probably great.
it's pretty good. Yeah,
And I wonder how he decides what to do.
I think he just maybe he just kind of
What am I
drift.
gonna do?
You just things happen when you're.
You think he's
when-
bored?
He doesn't strike me as the type that's bored.
Doesn't seem it.
I think he finds things to do.
All right. Well, we're going to start with talking about football,
Well,
Because
which kind?
the NFL.
NFL, college,
the NFL kind.
the XF. Oh, it's not the XFL anymore. The UFL. It's right around the corner.
Good, because I got sports sad today, thinking that this is the third to last
Yeah.
football weekend.
Yeah, we're winding down.
We get one next weekend, and then we get Super Bowl weekend. That's it,
Because there's a week in between. So
and that's stupid.
this is the best football weekend because you get multiple games. Like you've got more than the two games. This is the best week of football right here. Because no offense to the wild card, but some of those wild card teams, dude, they're not going anywhere. Whereas this, you get to trim the fat, and now we get into the anchovy butter steak. These games are good,
Well, let's talk about it.
and one is great.
Chiefs Texans.
No.
Yeah, see, I'm hoping this weekend is good, but I don't know. We'll see.
Rob's skeptical.
Next weekend might even be better. I get what you're saying about 4 games versus 2.
Yeah.
But, I don't know. We'll see. Let's talk about it next on The Fan.
by the Odyssey app.
On 1080 The Fan.
All right, nice to have you along. Friday. It's Rop and Sook. Will Ortner's in here. We got some NFL.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we don't have a Monday show.
No, we do
because,
not.
Well, there's a holiday. And we're playing the national championship game.
Yes.
The college.
You will not get our pregame. You just get the national title game, which hopefully will be a good one. Although, if you're going to say of all these games that would be a blowout, and I'll include all the NFL games, the one to me most likely to be a blowout is Ohio State, Notre Dame. Yeah.
I'd probably take, I think Detroit. Well, blowout. Double digits, Detroit.
Yeah.
I'm going Detroit.
Okay. And I can see that
Because I don't know about Monday, but I see a scenario where Notre Dame, you know, it's just a muddy game.
See, and I could see that. I mean, obviously, I think that's what happened with Ohio State and Texas, but I just don't see advantages for Notre Dame. I don't know where I look at Notre Dame and say they're better than Ohio State. And when you go back and watch that Penn State game, dude, Penn State had 5 or 6 plays that are routine plays, and if they make them, dude, they win that game like going away. It's not even a game into the second half. And give Notre Dame credit for hanging around, but God, a lot of that is on Penn State. So when I got one team that I think is fortunate to be there, and I picked Notre Dame to be here, but they were not better than Penn State. And Ohio State has been the best team in the tournament since day one. I find that to be problematic. Whereas,
Well, of course, but when you play good defense, and they do, you never know.
Whereas, like the Lions and Commanders,
You never know.
I think there's a couple bad matchups, and I think what Detroit does and what Washington does is problematic for the Commanders. The one thing that Washington has struggled against as an offense, because Jaden Daniels has had a great year, but Jaden Daniels is, I think sometimes we over, how would you say, we give too much credit. His feet are amazing, and his ability to scramble has really put him in the spotlight, and he comes in big moments. But when you look at his raw numbers, they're not that much better than Caleb Williams. And we look at how we look at Caleb Williams and how we work at Jaden Daniels. And there have been times where he really struggles, and their main struggle bus that they have is against man coverage. They do not do well when teams play man coverage and teams squeeze the pocket on him. And what does Detroit do better than any defense, even when they're beat up? They play man coverage and they squeeze the pocket. So I think from styles make fights, this is going to be a bad stylistic fight for the Commanders. And then on the opposite end of things with the Commanders defense, it's okay. At times it's gotten better, but you're facing the best offense we've seen since the Peyton Manning Bronco team that actually lost in the Super Bowl. But I mean, this Lions team is an absolute juggernaut. And so to have to win in a track meet, I don't see an avenue in which the Commanders win this game. To your point where you said you think that, you know, that this could be a double-digit win, absolutely. I don't think the Commanders can score enough, and I don't think they can stop what Detroit
What
is
if we
gonna
get
do.
5 blowouts?
That would be very boring.
Would you be sports sad?
I would be sports sad. I absolutely would be sports sad. But that's never the way it works. You'll get a close game.
Yeah, I hope. Well, we're all hoping Buffalo and Baltimore is a great game.
Yeah.
Should be.
Wasn't the first time around, but, you know, fingers crossed.
Yeah. Well, if you're rooting for one person this weekend, who are you most rooting for? Like, it could be Freeman. He's great.
Yeah.
It could be Dan Campbell.
Love Dan Campbell.
It could be, for me, it's Lamar Jackson. I really want to see Lamar Jackson go into Buffalo and make Josh Allen go all pouty Josh Allen face. I love pouty Josh Allen face.
Can I say that
Maybe it's Jaden Daniels.
can I root against Patrick Mahomes?
That's an interesting question. Are we tired of the Chiefs already?
I am.
Are we bored? Are we bored
I need
of the
them to be.
playoff Chiefs?
I need them to be gone.
So are they already in Patriots territory?
Yes.
Because I remember the Patriots, man, we got sick of them pretty fast.
Yeah. I'm sick of the Chiefs.
And they were really no fun because their games weren't any fun.
Yeah.
At least with the Chiefs, Mahomes is more dynamic. You know, it's a more interesting watch, I think.
I need them to be done. So if you ask me who I was rooting for, I will say this, and the Texans aren't going to beat them. I am rooting harder against Kansas City than I am rooting for any team. And it's weird because I really like Detroit. Magic Fairy Dust, Detroit wins the Super Bowl. Baltimore or Buffalo. I would love to see Lamar Jackson put the finishing touches on kind of the triple crown, right? You win the, I guess it would be the double crown because you win the MVP and then you win the Super Bowl, although it'd be his third MVP, and silence some of his critics. Because remember when he had the contract negotiation, there are a lot of people that wanted to tear that guy down, and there wasn't a big market for him. And I mean, my God, the guy's going to win his third MVP. So to see him do that, and I find the Buffalo Bills, outside of Detroit, the one fan base that absolutely I want to see win. So I just think there's a lot of really, really good stories from Buffalo, from the Ravens, certainly in Detroit. But I just can't, and I don't know why. I don't know why I feel this way. Maybe it's just success, but I just need Kansas City to be done. I don't like watching them. I find myself rooting against them. I find myself annoyed by them, and I just want them gone.
Yeah, see, I'm not there with you on that. I think that honestly for next weekend, I want the Chiefs in there. Like next weekend, if you teed up Chiefs Ravens or Chiefs Bills,
yeah,
and then you teed up Eagles Lions, sign me up.
Yeah.
For next weekend. Now, if you teed up Houston Baltimore, yeah.
Well, here's my problem
You know what I'm
with it is I think the Super Bowl is going to be in this Ravens-Bills game. I think there's your Super Bowl champ.
Wow.
Herein lies my issue. I say that. Imagine this being, and this is the scenario that I dread more than anything else, which is why I need Kansas City gone.
Nice.
We get an all-time classic, right? Lamar and Josh Allen duel it out. 33-31, right? Last second play. Someone scores. Oh my God. Unbelievable game.
Yeah.
Here's Lamar. Here's Josh. It's their time to shine. And their reward for playing in this epic battle in the snow is going on the road against that son of a bitch, Patrick Mahomes, who they don't even look that good, right? It's by far the worst team that they've had since he's been there. And does anyone doubt that he's not going to wreck it and win and go to another Super Bowl? And I just, and he gets to go through the soft ass Houston Texans to get there. I can't run that risk. I need the better narrative of Lamar or Josh getting there. And that's why I need the Texans to somehow take care of the Chiefs so that we can free the path for one of those others.
Well, why wouldn't you want to watch the Bills or the Ravens beat them?
Because I don't believe that they will, because
so you're
he
basically
sold his soul to Satan.
So
I'm
basically,
talking about Patrick Mahomes.
What you're saying is that you have no faith for anybody to beat the Chiefs.
No.
So you're just rooting against them.
Yes, because
now, see, I disagree. I think that the Ravens or the Bills will beat the Chiefs
under normal circumstances.
Therefore, I believe that that's why I want Kansas City to go down next weekend at home to my Ravens or somebody else's Bills. I think that would be way better than seeing them lose to Houston, because we all trust they're going to beat Houston.
Yes.
I mean, we all trust that. I think what you're saying is we all trust them so much. They just don't. I mean,
they don't lose.
All they do is go to the damn Super Bowl.
Yes.
So I don't need them out yet. I want the good team to beat them.
There's something about Mahomes and his feminine hips and the way he runs.
Oh, come on.
And chewing on his little mouthpiece and just
he's not dislikable.
And the favorable calls and
let's go to the Youngs. Let's go to the Youngs.
And his wife and the dumb brother, and I just need him gone.
His
brother sucks.
I need him gone.
But his family sucks.
The brother's kind of out of the picture. We haven't really seen much of him lately. Let's go to the Youngs on this. Do you think Patrick Mahomes is a villain? Like you dislike him like Suk does?
No, I don't dislike him. I mean, he's the only one that's not dislikable from that family. I kind of want to see greatness. Like, I wouldn't mind it being him that's the first person to get 3 in a row, to be honest with you. Okay. Like, I think it's better for TV if it's like a Baltimore versus a Detroit Super Bowl or a Buffalo versus Detroit Super Bowl. That's probably the best one that you could get. But I also wouldn't hate seeing greatness. Like, there's no one on that team that makes you be like, man, I really hate that guy. Like, you hated Belichick. You hated Tom Brady until the end. You don't hate Andy Reid.
I agree with that. And there's something about Mahomes. I never thought about it until Suk brought it up. There's something about Mahomes. I just don't think he's hateable. Like I think he's really popular for that reason. Whereas Brady and Belichick, I think Will's right. We just rooted against those guys so hard. We hated watching them win.
The State Farm, the bundle thing, Kelsey. I don't know.
There's a lot of hate in your heart, fella.
I'm just over it. I am.
Well,
and I don't, like I said, there's not a good reason behind it.
There really isn't.
It just bugs me. And
Well,
it
here's
bugs
the
me
thing.
that I don't think they're that good, and yet they find ways to win because, again, I truly believe that the satanic deal that the New England Patriots and Tom Brady signed expired, and Satan has now he has moved on, and it's just passed over now to Patrick Mahomes.
Well, they're clearly that good.
Yes.
Because they're going for a third straight
Super Bowl.
And no one thinks they're going to lose. Like, no matter who they play, it's like, well, nobody ever bets against the Chiefs because it's like all they do is win.
I wouldn't bet against them. And yet when I watch them play, there's nothing about them that overwhelms me. There's nothing about when I watch them outside of third down. I have never seen a quarterback, and this includes Tom Brady, Joe Montana. I've been watching football a long time. I can't go back to the Bradshaw days. There is not another human being that has ever walked this planet that on third down that I would want taking the ball more than 15. It's superhuman, his ability to find ways to convert, and it's absolutely spine busting for teams. And maybe that's what it is. You just, instead of watching it and like being amazed by it, I'm like, how is no one tackling him?
Yeah.
Someone do it.
Yeah, but I'm with Will in that. I just like watching that. I just like watching teams continually try, and they cannot stop it.
No.
It's unbelievable.
I know.
Which is why I think that maybe this year the Ravens and/or Bills are built to get it done.
I hope so.
It will be pleasant.
Because if
weekend.
it doesn't, then you got a little Tom Brady, Dan Marino thing happening. Think of or Jordan. Think about all the narratives that could be different if Jordan wasn't around, if you didn't have to go through Tom Brady, if Marino didn't have to go through the Joe Montanas of the world. It's just that there may be people whose legacy forever changes because they just ran into Kansas City and Mahomes and just could never get over the hump.
Tease up the next talking point.
Oh, look at
you. You looked right into my notes, and there was an article about Patrick Mahomes this week talking about that very thing. He has no quarterback peers.
No.
He has defeated all of them.
Yes.
Some interesting numbers next. Here's Will.
This is a Football Friday edition of Primetime with Isaac and Suk.
Brought to you by the Odyssey app.
Now, from the Fan Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
First on The Fan, the Blazers are back at home on Saturday. They're taking on the Rockets in the Moda Center. Denny Avdia, he's going to be a game-time decision, still dealing with an ankle injury that has kept him out the last few games. That game's going to tip off Saturday at 7 p.m. Your 13th-ranked Oregon Ducks men's basketball team take on the 17th-ranked Purdue Boilermakers on Saturday. That's going to be a home game in Eugene. The Ducks look to make up some ground in the Big Ten Conference standings. Right now, they're trailing the Boilermakers by 1 game in the loss column. Tip-off for that one is at noon. The College Football National Championship is going to be on Monday. It features the 8th-seeded Ohio State Buckeyes taking on the 7th-seeded Notre Dame Fighting Irish. That one's going to be in Atlanta, Georgia. Right now, Ohio State is favored by 8.5. The total for that game is set at 45.5. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Will Ortner at the Fan Sports Desk. Listen live or on demand on the Odyssey app, the Fan's desktop player, or tell your smart speaker to play 1080 The Fan.
The Fan is live on YouTube and
All right, well, we're talking about the Chiefs and whether or not we hate them yet. And apparently some of us do.
I do. I'm done with them.
I'm not there yet, but we do this with teams that win a lot in any sport. We just get tired of it.
Yeah.
We did with Alabama football. I think we're kind of there with Georgia, maybe even in college football.
It was nice to see someone different.
Yeah. Although it's Ohio State.
Yeah, I know.
And Notre Dame.
So,
but yes, we certainly did it with the Patriots.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about that. I'm trying to think of.
Well, I think Golden State even. I mean, Steph Curry is about as likable as you can get. And again, when you're on top for a while, and look, I get it. When you're on top, to the victor goes the spoils. You get to be cocky, you get to strut around. But then between the fan base and the team, and they've got a swagger, and as well they should, because they're the best. And you've won 3 Super Bowls in 4 years? Or is it 5 years? 3 and 4, 3 and 5? And what they're going for now, I mean, look.
You become insufferable.
Yes.
And it's not even your own fault. Like I think that the Warriors, I don't know. I feel like the Warriors are the one champion. Like I don't, outside of it being my team, the Warriors are the one dynasty champion in recent years that I just love.
Yeah.
I love them. I love Steph Curry. I love everything about what the Warriors did and how they played, and I loved watching them, and I never hated them. Outside of that, I mean, I certainly hated and rooted against the Patriots.
Yeah.
I'm not there with the Chiefs, but I bet I will be if they win another one. Because then it's like, well, what is the fun of this? Plus, I'm rooting for my Ravies.
With Golden State, does some of the non-hate go to them because they beat the more hated LeBron?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, and again, I think Steph Curry.
I think it's the way they played.
And I like LeBron.
The way they played was...
It was fun.
It was much better than a lot of the other forms of basketball.
They also have a coach that is the least hateable coach.
Yes.
Maybe in the modern era.
Yeah, and I find Steph Curry to be insanely likable. Even throughout that run, and like Draymond's easy to hate. I guess you can get into to Clay if you want, but Steph is he's really hard to hate. And to some extent, Mahomes has a little bit of that. And I can sit here and joke and say that I'm just tired of Mahomes and his Steven Seagal running hips. I don't hate.
What is this with his hips?
The way he runs. Have you ever seen Steven Seagal run?
No.
You need to look up clips of Steven Seagal running. He's got feminine hips. And so does Mahomes. He's got weird dad bod, and then he's got birthing hips. And he doesn't look like he's running very fast, and yet no one catches him. And he just kind of wiggles his way out of things.
Well, I guess the thing is he's not really that fast, right?
He's not.
He just
is
elusive.
And he
has short steps. Is that what it is? Is that what you're saying?
Again,
I see Seagal running.
Yes. when you watch him run, you're like, have you never run before? And it's the same thing. Mahomes runs, and his arms are kind of akimbo, and he's swaying as he runs, and you're like, what is happening here? And you're like, someone hit him, and no one can. No one can. And it's just, he's that good. So it's not even that I necessarily hate Mahomes, although I kind of do. It's just, I don't know. That's what I said. I can't necessarily put my finger on it. And it may just be, they're just so good that I want to see
lose.
I wanted to see him lose because there's others that I like. I would love to see Lamar or Josh Allen get one. I would love to see Dan Campbell get one. I think that would be, I don't know, that would be better for me, and I think better for football. But I totally get why people love Patrick Mahomes. I totally get why people love Kansas City. It's just it's run its course. I've seen it, and now I'm ready to move on. And the thing about Brady is I hated Brady at the initial run, but remember, they went away for like 8 years.
I think it was like 10.
And when they came back, I kind of enjoyed that resurgence. So right now, I'm in the middle of I need Kansas City to go away. And
then
then
if they come back in 10
if they
years?
come back, I'll bet you, not in a year, I need them to go away for a little bit, right?
Okay.
Let's get 5-6 different Super Bowl champs over like a 7-8 year window. And then Mahomes comes back, like after Andy Reid leaves, he comes back like Empire Strikes Back style. And I'll bet you I end up liking the Chiefs and Mahomes if they make that resurgence.
Okay.
They're just in the middle of I need something different.
All right, well, we may get it this year. Now, the thing with Mahomes, and here we go with the Wall Street Journal giving us content again. Show content.
They do a good job.
Comes from the Wall Street Journal these days. They do a great job. And they had an article on Patrick Mahomes, and we're going to have to take a break. And when we come back, I'll tell you kind of the deal with him, but they were pointing out that he has no peers in quarterbacking. He is the only quarterback drafted 2013 or later to win the Super Bowl. He is. Think about that. He is the only quarterback drafted 2013 or later to win the Super Bowl. Last I checked, there is a Super Bowl every year. Am I wrong, Bill? That's 11 years ago.
You are not wrong.
So we will get to that and talk about him even more next on The Fan. Patrick Mahomes here. Wall Street Journal pointing out that he has no quarterback peers. Now, you may say that, well, you always have peers, other quarterbacks playing in your era. And to some extent, you could maybe say Joe Burrow would be, because Burrow's beaten him in the playoffs. But can you name any other quarterback that's beaten him in the playoffs?
Tom Brady.
Other than Brady?
Well, I mean,
no one has, by the way, besides Burrow and Brady.
Yeah.
He has only lost. So he has 15-3 in the playoffs. He has only lost to Burrow and Brady.
well, think about this, all right? It's the greatest start to a career of all time. So this is his 7th year, so we can't count this because we don't know what's going to happen in the postseason. But he has played 6 seasons in the NFL. He has 6 Pro Bowls, 2-time first-team All-Pro, has been to 4 Super Bowls, has been to 6 AFC title games, has won 3 Super Bowls, is a 3-time Super Bowl MVP. I mean,
unbelievable.
He's never lost in the divisional round, ever. Every year of his career, he has been to the AFC title game. And by the way, if it wasn't for an offsides call, he would have been to another Super Bowl.
He's the only quarterback drafted 2013 or later to have won a Super Bowl, which I think is amazing to think about.
Yeah.
One, he's won Super Bowls, 3 Super Bowls. But if he has not won a Super Bowl, it's been a quarterback from an older generation.
Yeah.
So Brady, obviously Russell Wilson, and then Matthew Stafford.
Yeah.
So, I mean, who is his peer? It's Jackson and Allen, but like you were saying with Jordan, like what Jordan did to the legacy of John Stockton and Karl Malone
Ripped it apart.
is what Patrick Mahomes is doing to the legacies of Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson. And to some extent, Joe Burrow, although Burrow's the one that's done the best against him, obviously besides Brady, but like of his contemporaries, Burrow has given him a run.
Yes.
A couple of times. Beat him once. Twice? Did they beat him twice?
I'll look and see.
No, they only beat him the one time.
In the postseason. So he's lost
3.
He's lost 3 postseason games, one to Brady, one to Burrow, and was the other one to Brady or was the other one to Burrow?
That's what I was trying to
think Brady's got him twice.
Yeah, I think you're right, because Brady got him in Kansas City in that overtime game.
Yes.
Right?
So I think Brady got him
And the
twice,
Super
and I
Bowl.
think Burrow got him once. And one of those Super Bowls was
But I think Burrow almost got him another time. Or no, it was regular season. That's
regular
what it was.
season. Because the one Brady got him, and then Philly beat Brady, and then Burrow obviously lost in his Super Bowl, and then Brady got him in Tampa.
But I mean, he just doesn't have, like, there's no one that rivals him.
No,
Besides
there's not.
maybe, I guess, of his age range, it's probably Burrow.
And it's weird is that I can sit here and look at the numbers over the last couple of years and tell you that Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson are better quarterbacks than Patrick Mahomes. And you can make that argument. Certainly they're having better years. The last 2 years, Patrick Mahomes did not have monster years. He certainly has not been the best quarterback in the league the last couple of years. And yet he went 15 and, well, it would have been 16-1. They laid down. So he went 15-2, but he got beat one time this year that he actually played. And he's won 2 straight Super Bowls, and he's going to go to another AFC title game. So there is a little bit of that Brady thing. For a lot of those years, Brady was not viewed as the best quarterback. Breeze had better numbers, and Peyton Manning had better numbers. You could sit there and say, oh, I'd rather have one of those quarterbacks. And all Brady would point to it and be like, well, then beat me, because you're not. And that's Mahomes is the reincarnation of Tom Brady, but he's a better athlete than Tom Brady. And we'll have to see as this goes on and longevity-wise, but he is on a trajectory, and there's a long way to go, but he is on a trajectory that is truly rarefied air. And think about this. Even if his career ended tomorrow, right? Or I guess that would be, they play Sunday, right? They don't play tomorrow. If his knee gets bent
I
backwards.
actually think they do play tomorrow.
Do they play tomorrow?
Which game?
Chiefs.
The Chiefs.
They play tomorrow. They're the
yeah, they
first
do play
game.
tomorrow.
Come on,
They
they're
play
playing the
first.
Texans. The Texans always play first.
Yeah, that's right. So let's say Will Anderson rolls up on him and Mahomes' knee is bent completely the wrong way and he never plays another snap. He is a first ballot Hall of Famer in a lot of people's minds, still on the Mount Rushmore of quarterbacks after 7 years in the NFL.
Crazy.
That's how unique and special this guy is. And now that I've said all the good things about him, go to hell. I hope you get your ass kicked against the Houston Texans.
All
But
right,
it's not going to happen.
we'll get some more playoff talk coming up a little bit later. I have the odds on A.J. Brown's next sideline book.
Isn't the idea that he just reads that one book?
Well, yeah, but that's no fun.
Is it The Catcher in the Rye?
It's on the list.
Is it really?
Uh-huh.
Gosh.
Yeah. The list, yeah.
The Godfather.
Not on the list.
No.
Why would you read that?
Well, LeBron. Remember that
So
was
what?
LeBron's book that he didn't read.
Well, I know, but who cares
It would
about
just
LeBron?
it would just be a fun troll if AJ Brown showed up on the sidelines with a brand new copy of The Godfather.
So we'll get to that and some bad sports behavior, including internet versus Neanderthal Eagles fan. That's coming up next hour on The Fan.
Now, from the Fan Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Sports Center is brought to you by Reynolds Defense Firm. If you've been arrested for a DUI, you need a team of attorneys that you can put your trust into. Call Reynolds Defense Firm today online at reynoldsdefensefirm.com. Crunch.com. First on The Fan, there are 4 games this weekend in the NFL playoffs. We're going to start that off on Saturday. The Texans are heading to Arrowhead. They're taking on the Chiefs. The temperature for that game is expected to be around 25 degrees at kickoff. KC is favored by 8. The total for that game is set at 41.5. Kickoff will be at 1:30. Then at 5 p.m., the Commanders travel to Detroit. They're taking on the top seed in the NFC, the Lions. The Lions are getting healthier. They're getting back running back David Montgomery. He's been out the last month with a right MCL injury. Detroit is favored by 9.5. The total for that one is set at 55.5. On Sunday, the action starts in the NFC. The Rams are traveling to Philly. They're taking on the Eagles. Right now, the Eagles are favored by 6.5. The total is set at 43.5. The temperature for that game is expected to be a balmy 31 degrees for this noon kickoff. Immediately after that game, you have the marquee matchup. That's the Ravens. They're traveling to Buffalo to take on the Bills. Baltimore wide receiver Zay Flowers is doubtful. He's still dealing with a knee injury he suffered back in Week 18 against the Browns. The temperature is expected to be a chilly 18 for that 3:30 kickoff. Baltimore is favored by 1.5 in that one. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Will Ortner at the Fan Sports Desk. Listen live or on demand on the Odyssey app, the Fan's desktop player, or tell your smart speaker to play 1080 The Fan.
Tired of getting dinged by subscriptions? We won't send you a bill.
Welcome back. Somebody text the Vancouver Ford text line. I'm glad they did because I forgot about it. I wanted to mention it today. They said, politely hoping to hear a mention of the Beavers' win over the Zags last night.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, did you watch that?
I did. Well,
That was fun.
I saw it, maybe about 6 minutes left. I was alerted.
Yeah. On your phone?
To the game. Yeah, I was scrolling through Twitter.
Oh.
We're trying to catch up on Severance, getting ready for the new season.
Mhm.
And then I was alerted on my phone, and we had to do hold on, pause, go back. And then so I got to see the last handful of minutes and then into overtime as, dude, that's
Awesome.
For the Beavs. Outside of the run they had to the Elite Eight a couple years ago, find me a bigger win than that for the Beavs.
I enjoy watching Gonzaga lose, first of all.
Yeah.
I just think it's fun. And for Gill Coliseum to be pumping like that,
Yes.
that was really cool to see.
Absolutely.
And that team that Wayne Tinkle has there, they could play a little bit.
Yeah.
I mean, they're probably a tournament team because they're playing in the West Coast Conference. They're gonna rack up some wins, so they should go to the tournament. They're fun. They can shoot a little bit, and that little guy, Minor, he's good.
Well, I mean,
No, he is not related to Harold Minor because I had to look that up.
Baby Jordan. Well, what's kind of cool is, I mean, the Beavs lost like their 4 best guys to the portal, and
These guys are all like international.
Yeah.
They brought in a bunch of international transfers and stuff. So the Tinkler, getting
first
it
time
done.
in 34 years that the Zags came to Gill. Not so fast, my friend.
They hadn't been there since 1991.
Yeah.
And went to overtime. If you didn't see it, they went to overtime. And the Beavers beat them 97. Was it 97-89 or something?
Yep. And they said it was the first sellout in, I want to say it was like 5-6 years, like almost 10,000. And it was a great freaking atmosphere.
Super cool.
When I turned it on, I saw the crowd pumping. I was like, hell yeah.
Love good college basketball.
Yeah, that was
game.
awesome.
All right, so there's your mention. And thank you for politely asking that. But I did want to get that in today because that was really cool. And we'll, I mean, look, college basketball, nobody's talking about it yet, but it's a good season so far. It's going to be fun. You guys are going to like when we get to March.
You get to the tourney.
And we start, and you guys start watching a little bit more if you haven't been. It's very intriguing. A lot of really good teams. A lot of upperclassmen, transfers. So these teams they're just better now than they used to be.
Well, that's what they're saying. They were showing early entries into college basketball and college football are at an all-time low since we've had.
It's helping the sport.
It's helping the sport. We're getting better guys that are sticking around and guys are sticking around that are marginal NBA prospects because you can make more in college. And then with the transfer portal, Yeah, it sucks that you can get your team pilfered, but like with Oregon State, you can rebuild your team a lot faster than you used to be able to. So yeah, it's good.
It's good.
It's good. It's good. It's good. It's good.
It's good. It's got some odds here. You like odds?
Yeah, what do we got?
I know you do.
What do we got? What do we got?
Sportsbetting.ag
Mm-hmm.
has created a prop for A.J. Brown's next sideline book. Now, this has to happen this postseason.
I would like to point out, while I love gambling, if you gamble on this, time to go to meetings. Call that number.
Yeah, maybe. Or maybe there's value.
There's not.
The odds-on favorite at 7-1 is Love Hurts, Buddhist advice for the heartbroken.
What?
Yeah, that's number one.
How?
I'm not really sure why that's number one.
Why is he heartbroken?
Well, I think they're just doing bits here.
It's a joke because him
Yeah.
and Hurts have been fighting all year.
Yeah, I think they're just being cheeky.
Oh, okay.
You don't seem
Well,
amused.
I don't know. It's a weird.
Very serious.
That was strange.
How about the Holy Bible?
Yeah,
8-1.
I could see that. Charlton Heston said, "Greatest book ever written."
Any Shakespeare, 9-1.
That really strike me as a Shakespeare guy, but all right.
And the Catcher in the Rye,
Oh,
9-1.
yeah. Well, I mean, I guess that kind of makes sense because some people think that he's like a spoiled, kind of brat, and that's the whole Catcher in the Rye thing. That might be the only one of those that actually makes sense.
Then we
I would have
have
thought it would be like some sort of self-help book, like a Tony. Like, what's the best-selling? Like who is it? The nine habits or whatever.
7 habits of highly,
Highly
successful
successful
individuals.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I would think it would be something like that because he's clearly into some sort of self-help meditation book.
War and Peace is on the list at 20-1. We have Inside the Philadelphia Eagles, 12-1. I guess that's a book. I don't know.
Okay,
Dallas Cowboys Suck, 16-1. That would be funny.
that would be a good book.
50 Shades of Grey.
I hope, and that's the thing. If AJ Brown is clever, he should be doing bits and bring something ridiculous, like a Where's Waldo? Is Where's Waldo maybe a Calvin and Hobbes?
Not on the list. We do have the Cheetah, Tyreek Hill, a book.
There's a book on Tyreek Hill.
Yeah, I think it's called The Cheetah. We have
Yeah, that's
Football
a
for
good
Dummies.
That'd be kind of fun too.
That's another good bit. Like,
That's a good
imagine
bit.
him reading. They pan to him on the sideline, and he's reading Football for Dummies. That's great.
Trying to figure out cover 2. Read this real quick.
What else is on here? Dune.
Never read Dune, but the movies, fantastic.
Moby Dick. The Great Gatsby, To Kill a Mockingbird.
So now we're just going through all the classics.
Yeah, they've got Lord
Lord of the Flies is what he should read.
of the Flies, 33-1 if you'd like to.
That would be great.
Piggy has the conch.
And then also on here, will the college football playoff change its seeding format next season?
Oh. Yeah, I would say they probably will. The SEC will just bitch and moan until they get their way. The Big Ten, I could see them bitching and complaining too, except they're going to have a team that wins the whole thing. I could see them changing that. People did not enjoy the seeding as it was.
No. Well, the main thing is they just need to, and I think they're talking about this. Heather Dinich wrote an article about this, that they are meeting. I think they're meeting right now. They're in Atlanta, maybe.
Well, that's
for the game.
Yeah, they left the Atlanta meetings, and that's when they got the Title IX bombshell dropped on
Oh,
them.
they're now gone from Atlanta. They're not staying for the game.
They left a meeting yesterday, and as they were leaving the meeting, they found out about the Title IX ruling by the judge. Like, it happened in real time. So I'm assuming that the meetings are going on all week. It's just that they were leaving a meeting yesterday when the Title IX thing got dropped on.
I got you. Yeah, and they're probably partying this weekend, and then they go to the game, and then they go
then
back
everyone
home.
disperses. Oh, all of college football will be there, and the coaches and the sideline reporters, and
Oh
whatever.
yeah, it's gonna be great.
Sort of debaucherous thing that goes on there.
And it's supposed to be cold there too. It's cold everywhere.
Yeah,
But,
I mean, a couple weeks ago, it was like full-on snowstorm in Atlanta. Like, people that had never seen snow before down there were out playing around in it.
And then anyway, Dinich said that the main thing they discussed was like it's pretty easy to just take the rankings and give the buys to the top 4 seeds in the rankings,
Yes.
not the top 4 conference champions.
Well, and I said this all along. There's no possible way you could make an argument that Boise State deserved to buy. You just that's ridiculous. And I liked Boise State. Boise State was a good team. I mean, they gave Oregon a run for their money, but I mean, come on. You telling me that Boise State and Arizona State were 2 of the 4 best teams in the country? Get out of here. But then that goes back to the whole subjective thing about college football, and then it's the Kurt Herbstreit thing, and why play the games? So there's no perfect way. Everyone's going to bitch and moan. It's just that I feel like anytime it doesn't go your way one time, we have to overreact. I would actually like to see this maybe play out for a couple more years, but it won't. We'll have to have the knee-jerk reaction, and then if they overcorrect and it doesn't work, then we're gonna have to yell and scream about, "Whoa, we overcorrected." Just let it play out.
Well, they kind of did, and it was not good.
Yeah, for 1 year.
Well,
One year.
there's clearly very obvious flaws that could be fixed easily, and that's one of them. And so they may not do anything until the contract's up, which is one more year of the same.
Year.
But it's going to be the same thing next year.
Yeah.
So the odds are close to 1.5 to 1. So it's very, in other words, it's not a long shot that they're going to change the rules for next year. Now they're really going to revamp the whole thing in 2 years.
2 years
When the new contract comes up, and they might even expand and they'll get it. Hopefully they'll get it much better then. But it's really kind of amazing when you think about it, how much they kind of goofed.
See, I disagree.
I mean, but they really did. They went to a 12-team tournament, and they got a lot of stuff wrong that really didn't seem that hard to.
But let me ask you this.
Get right,
because I understand that line of thinking, and I do. I can appreciate it. But for everyone that says that we got it wrong in the world of college football, then why did a 14-win Minnesota Viking team have to go on the road to play a 10-win Rams team?
Well, yeah. I mean,
why?
Again,
why did a 7-win Seahawks team years ago host a playoff game, Beastquake, the New Orleans Saints? There are divisions, so this idea that everything's lined up and is fair in the world of professional sports. How many times do we watch the NBA and the two best teams are on the same side of the bracket, and that really should be the NBA championship, but it's not. So while I do appreciate that, yes, there things can be tweaked, but I just the Klatts of the world and the Herbstreits that somehow come out and say that it's unfair that a team is unfairly rewarded for winning a conference or winning a division and no other people do it. I'm like, what are you talking about? Every sport does that. Every single sport seeds their playoffs by divisions or by conferences. It's not by who they think is the best team. So you can't have it both ways.
Well, I don't think that's at least not what I'm saying. Like, it's never going to be perfect. Okay. And the word fair is not a word I would use.
But everyone's bitching because it's the Ohio State, right? Everyone's bitching that Ohio State, Oregon had to play Ohio State. Ohio State didn't play in their conference championship. Ohio State lost 2 games. The only reason anyone's upset is that because Ohio State got up off their ass and was like, oh, we're going to do this. And this is like when you get a team at the end of the year in the NFL, a wild card team that gets hot, and all of a sudden you're like, God, I don't want to play them. We see this all the time. But it happened in college football that a team, after Ohio State lost to Michigan, everyone thought they were done. And if that had been any other team than Ohio State, if that had been Indiana, right? If that had been Indiana that had lost those 2 games, no one would say that seeding was wonky. It just so happens that this year, a team that fell on their ass twice, once really bad against Michigan, ended up getting bumped back. So to me, this idea that you can simply say, oh, no, we think Ohio State's one of the 4 best teams, so they deserve a bye. Hogwash. There was no one after the Michigan game that was saying that Ohio State had this.
Here's how I feel about it. So it's never going to be perfect. There's nobody saying it's got to be 100% right every time. You're always going to get matchups that's like, wow, this is a really tough break, or
it's a tough draw.
You're always going to get that. So no one is saying that is the problem. That happens. But you can make it better, and you can make it more balanced more of the time with very simple rules, which is why I say it's an easy fix. And that's where it comes back to who gets the buys. Yeah. I mean, it's very simple to just say, again, in hindsight, it really is stunning that they didn't see this, but I think they really wanted to hold on to the idea of conference champions
yes.
getting they wanted to make. They were really worried about the regular season being hurt.
Yeah.
So they wanted to make incentives for conference champions to get the bye. That's cool, but that obviously doesn't change a team going for a conference championship, right?
Yeah.
Like they don't. They're trying to win a conference championship whether they get a bye or not. Okay, so it didn't really have an effect on the regular season. The tournament itself made the regular season better.
Yeah.
So there's really no point of giving the 4 highest ranked conference champions the byes. All you have to do is just give the top 4 teams in the rankings the byes. That is a very simple thing that we are seeing very clearly would have been way better. And again, that doesn't mean that you're going to get perfect or fair matchups. It's just going to make it more balanced. The 4 best teams get the bye instead of the 4 highest ranked conference champions. That's a very simple one. And that's why I say, they totally whiffed on that. Of course, we didn't call it out until we saw it.
Yeah.
So to be fair, we had to let it play out for us to go, ooh, that was weird and wrong.
It's funny how results of one thing can change.
Well, but it's not. See, the thing about that is that will be like the Big 12 and the ACC are always going to be, not always, but for the most part, their champions are never really going to be in the top 4 compared to the SEC and the Big 10. So it's going to, if you keep it this way and keep the 4 conference champions, is it the 4 highest ranked conference champions?
4 highest ranked.
Yeah, so it's usually going to be the 4 from the Power 4.
Yes.
But Boise got one this year.
Yeah.
Because who didn't get one?
The ACC.
The ACC
Clemson was 12.
Yeah, that's right. So what I'm saying is, it's just kind of, it is going to play out this way where the Big 12 champion, Kansas or Iowa State, is going to get a bye and shouldn't get a bye over a second place like Ohio State, for example. So I think that you can see this coming. It will continue to play out this way, even though we needed a year to see it.
Again,
that's an easy fix. But as far as other fixes, I don't know.
Again, say it from the mountaintop. I understand that point, but this is all because of Ohio State. Because Arizona State should have beat Texas. And at Arizona State beat Texas, that's a big FU saying that the Big 12 shouldn't have gotten a bye. Because mighty Texas, who people loved, should have lost to Arizona State. And then what do we say?
Well, Boise State is another one, too.
Boise State's another one. Boise State, I'll give you.
It's not
and I said all along that there's no way, in my opinion, that a non-Power 4 team should have a bye. I said that at the beginning of it. I view Boise State much differently than I do the others. Boise State, if you're one of the group of 5 teams, or now I guess it's now group of 6 or whatever, you should always be the 12th seed because your schedule, get out of here with it. The best thing Boise did all year was almost beat Oregon. Their schedule is not even comparable. But I just think this all boils down to freaking out because the number 1 team ended up with a bad draw and you had to play an Ohio State team that ended up whooping your ass. And now people are upset that the number 1 team got bounced and it just happened to be a bad draw. Much like, someone Baltimore in Buffalo. We think that game should be further down the line, but it's not. It's this one. And so this idea of like a quote fair draw, you got to play who you play. And this idea that you get a primrose path or that you need to, eventually you would have had to play Ohio State. So I don't know. For me, I find it to be a lot of sour grapes from SEC and honestly from Oregon fans that cry and moan because they had a tough game.
Yeah, for me, it doesn't come back to either of those things. It's just common sense. But they'll get it right. Give them a year.
Would it have been common sense had Arizona State beat Texas? Because,
well, again, I still don't think, I don't care if Arizona State beats Texas. I don't think they deserve to bye. I just don't. They weren't one of the top 4 teams in the country. It's a very basic thing, but I think it could make it more balanced.
So we're right back to the college football world where everyone hated before, where we used random eyeballs to say, no. The results played out on the field, but no, we think that's what everyone hated about the old system. And yet here we are after 1 year,
well, the
Kurt Herbstreits of the world going right back to being like, well, let's just look at it. Because if that's the case, then just, again, make the automatic burst to the Big Ten and the SEC because that's where the eyeballs are going to say those are the best teams.
I think the problem with that, especially comparing it to the NFL, is the NFL has much more parity, even though it's not. There some divisions are better than others, way more so than the conferences. The conferences are so imbalanced, and not only that, but the schedules are really imbalanced, and so that really makes it hard to say, because like Arizona State, even though the Big 12 is not as good as the SEC and the Big 10, it's one thing if all of them play pretty comparable schedules.
That's true.
But you can go into the Big 12, like the weak division of the NFL, and miss even the best teams in that league that year. And then you get into the tournament because you got a lucky schedule. I think Indiana's kind of one of these teams.
Yeah.
Although they didn't get a bye.
Yeah.
But had they, they won one extra game, they get into the Big Ten title game.
I would like to point out the Indiana Hoosiers only lost 2 games all year to the 2 teams playing in the national championship. But again, our eyeballs can tell us, oh, Indiana's not very good, and Indiana's going to stand up there and be like, I want to tell you.
Well, but I
lost
just
2
think
games all year.
Conferences are imbalanced to the point where you can really be more flawed and get rewarded than in any other. Than in the NFL.
And we can also overvalue teams simply because they're from those conferences, and be careful doing it off of 1 year is all I'm saying.
So you get 1.5 to 1. College football will change its rules this year. And then you get, they're saying NFL wants to change its rules.
Yeah, there was some talk
What
about.
What are they talking about?
There was some talk about.
There was talk about reseeding. There was talk about
the idea that Minnesota had to go on the road to play that.
There's talk about picking who you play.
Yeah.
Picking who you play? Oh,
yeah, like the Lions could be like, hey, we want to play that.
But it was just the idea that a 14-win team had to go on the road and play. Same thing you're talking about is you win your division and the other team didn't. Therefore, that's the home seed. And we see this all the time in the NFL where a 10-win team hosts a 12 or a 13-win.
Well,
team.
what would they do to change?
Just going off of record.
Barnwell had a good piece on ESPN about it.
What do you think of that? Just going off of record.
Again, I don't have a problem. I know we're up against it, but we can get into that for another time if you want. Because
I mean, it is, and they lost.
They lost.
They're 14-team team. They go on the road, and they. Yep. But yeah, all right. Well, I didn't know they were so gung ho on maybe changing.
I don't know if they are. There's just some discussion about it.
Always discussions.
Yep.
All right. What was? Oh, internet has taken down another Neanderthal fan. This one from the Eagles.
Oh, yeah. This dude's gone. He got hammered.
Well, sort of.
Really? His life's kind of...
He lost his job.
Yeah. And banned.
Yeah. But there's a twist.
Oh, I didn't see the twist then.
That's next on The Fan. Stupid Eagles fans have quite a reputation of being,
Well, they're being Eagles fans.
yeah.
They booed Santa Claus. They cheered when Michael Irvin may have broke his neck. It's what they do. Throwing batteries.
If you had one word to describe Eagles fans, what would you choose?
Philadelphia. It's all you need. It's Philadelphia. They are, everyone knows. Obnoxious.
Yeah.
Worse Boston fan?
Boston fan, Philly fan, New York fan. You're dealing with the same archetype. It's
Well, we've talked about
a
this
slightly
before.
different accent and a few hundred miles.
Yeah, they're different. Philly's a little bit more edgy fan.
Well,
they're a little bit more.
Well, Philly's got an inferiority complex to Boston, Boston with an inferiority complex to New York, New York with a superior complex to everyone else. And so it's, there's different levels of it, but it's the same. We all know East Coast aggressive sports guy.
Yeah, I have a buddy who lived. He lives in Philly now, but he lived in around Boston, so he would go to a lot of Boston games. But he's a Yankees fan. He grew up in Syracuse, not outside of. He grew up in upstate New York, and so he knows all three archetypes well. And he said once he moved to Philly, he's only been in Philly for a couple years.
Yeah.
He said once he moved to Philly, and he's in and around the beer industry, so he goes to all the sporting events and stuff.
Sure.
He was like, dude, they are another level.
Yeah.
He's like, they're just more. They're all obnoxious, all those fan bases, but the Eagles fans or the Philly fan is a little bit more scary, I think was the word he used. He's like, dude, you don't want to mess with them. They're
drinking that riot punch and someone's like, you know what, I'm not afraid to go back to prison. I can see that.
Anyway, one of their douchey fans just went on a tirade against this female Packers fan.
Mm-hmm.
Now, this was a viral video, and we can't play the audio. One, you can't really hear him, and two, it's dirty.
He calls her a see you next Tuesday, and the husband or boyfriend is trying to, he actually seems pretty calm about it, is telling the guy like, dude, don't do that. And then he doubles down and calls her a dirty, filthy, he's like, why? I'm going to call her that because she is that. And the guy responds with like, nice.
The
And then
boyfriend
video cuts off.
sucks.
Yeah, the boyfriend. Okay, so there's a lot to this. One thing is the guy got fired. The Eagles fan, he got fired. He was sitting behind the two Packers fans, and they were in Packers gear.
Yeah.
So they knew what they were doing going into Philly in Packers gear.
Yeah.
And he was behind them, and they said that it started off friendly, and they were just, they know what they're doing wearing Packers gear. They know they're going to get into it with some fans. They hope it's all friendly. And he said with this guy it was, and it just kept getting a little bit more intense. Yeah. And he has lost his job. They fired the guy, and he will not be allowed to ever attend another Eagles home game.
No, they banned him forever.
But why Ortner is saying that the boyfriend sucks is that there's stuff going around now about how he set all that up. Like he had a camera on him, and when you venture into another team's stadium with the opposing team's gear on and you start mucking it up with other fans, it's as if he was trying to get something like that to happen.
Wanted it to go viral.
And he has now started a GoFundMe.
No. He started it to get the tickets.
To get the tickets to what?
The game.
Yeah, so
he got the tickets to the game by starting a GoFundMe so that he could go and antagonize Philly fans.
Okay, so I didn't know that part of it.
He set this up. That doesn't make the Philly fan a good guy, but this Packers fan guy sucks. He lives an hour away from Philadelphia, and he started a GoFundMe to get other people to pay for him to go and do this.
To go and actually
YouTube channel.
But he didn't know. But he didn't know that would happen.
No, still sucks.
And again, the guy gets himself. Like, make no mistake, the dude who called her a C word and called her ugly and all.
Yeah, he's the worst.
He did all of that to himself.
Yes.
The worst guy. Don't like that guy.
That said, that's pretty Bush.
Yeah,
by Packers guy.
Yeah, he did set up a GoFundMe to attend the game. Yeah. By the way,
he sucks.
Who has a GoFundMe? Like, who confirms or like who
funds it? Who's giving that guy money?
Yeah, he's just a dude that said he wanted to go to the game.
There's a lot of money.
It says, "My name is Alex. You may know me as I don't know, something productions on YouTube." He's a YouTuber.
Oh God.
And he says the Packers are heading to the playoffs and going to Philly this next Sunday to take on the number 2 seeded Eagles. Things are gloomy right now in Packers fandom, but one thing is for certain, I'm still confident and believe in this team. So if you didn't know, I'm born and raised in Philly, actually 1 hour, blah, blah, blah. I've been cursed at, stuff thrown at me. Even had my first ever cheese head ripped right off my head and thrown into a fire while supporting my team in Philly. Sure as hell, not too scared to do it again. If 600 of my viewers donated just $1, I will go to Philly next weekend and support the green and gold to the fullest. Of course, thank you to anyone who donates. Thank you for your support. So he doesn't say that he's going to antagonize, but he does say, I'm going to go and support the Packers.
He's Grizzly Bear Man.
And $586 were raised.
How much?
$586.
All right, that's enough to get him in the game?
He's Grizzly Bear Man, though.
You mean Grizzly Man?
Yes, sorry. It's the guy who goes and lives with the Grizzlies, and then he gets killed by the Grizzlies.
Yeah. I'm still amazed that you can just say, I want to go to this game and start a GoFundMe, and people will pay you $10 and so that you can go to a game. Huh.
Hey, good bit.
Yeah, I mean, look, this guy is an ass clown, obviously, but, you know, it's not a grizzly bear. It's just a douchey Philly fan. And so at the same time, I can think that both things are true. This guy may be a jackass, but you still got a guy in a Philly gear calling someone a dirty "see you next Tuesday" simply because they're wearing Packers gear.
Agreed.
I mean,
well, that's what I said. I mean, that guy got himself fired. Yeah. He ended up the "see you next Tuesday" guy said while attending an NFL game, he had to put out a statement. He said, while attending an NFL game last Sunday to support my beloved Eagles, an incident occurred that I deeply regret. What began as banter with two Packers fans sitting near me escalated to something more serious, and I said things that were unacceptable. In the heat of the moment, I chose unforgiving words to address one of the fans, Miss Allie Keller. I want to sincerely apologize to Miss Keller for those words and to my wife, family, and friends, my former employer and colleagues, Packers fans, Eagles fans, and the Eagles, the city of Philadelphia, and all who were offended.
Yeah. I just can't believe, like, you lost everything.
Yeah.
You couldn't control yourself.
I know. Well, have you seen it?
Yeah, I've seen it.
He cannot control himself.
He cannot.
He's really pissed.
Yeah.
I don't even know why. They were winning the game.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
The girl wasn't really.
No.
She wasn't doing a lot to him.
No.
It was weird.
You just, welcome to NFL
No
fandom.
kidding.
I still think the most amazing part of the story is that someone gave that dude $600. Someone said that, remember the Sea-Hulk? Remember Superfan up there? They said that Sea-Hulk started a GoFundMe so that he could continue to be Sea-Hulk. I'm stating right now.
Do it.
This is my loud muffler thing. I'll say right now, if you are a super fan, if you dress up to go to every game in something ridiculous like this, you're a douchebag. Fireman Ed, Sea-Hulk, you name it. If that is your deal, because you usually wear something that's very uncomfortable, prohibits you from probably seeing the game, not very enjoyable. If that is your deal and you go to that, I'm not saying you're a bad person. You're a douchebag and we won't get along.
Did you see Fireman Ed retired again?
Oh, God.
Because
I saw
they
earlier
keep
this
taking
year that
him off the Jumbotron.
Fireman Ed was very upset because for whatever reason, they stopped showing Fireman Ed on the Jumbotron.
That's why he retired.
And Fireman Ed said that this was unacceptable because it was losing the home field advantage. Because they wouldn't show Fireman Ed and his Jets chant. Fireman Ed is everything that is wrong. Sea-Hulk, raising money to be Sea-Hulk, you're a dumbass. You are put a GD shirt on and just go to the game and cheer. Super fans might be the worst thing going in crowds.
So the last little bit here, and this was the twist, is that the head of the company that fired the See You Next Tuesday guy,
yeah,
he put out a statement, and I guess he's a famous guy. Like he's, I don't know, a rich business analyst guy that everybody knows. I don't know. Maybe one of those guys that pops on CNBC all the time. He says, the language was vile, it was disgusting, it was unacceptable and horrific. It was diametrically opposed to the values that we espouse at BCT. He was like a information technology analyst.
Yeah.
And we're a company that's founded on inclusion, on respect, on dignity, and the behavior was just in complete contrary to everything we stand for at this organization. But later, he says it's not just that we have parted ways with Mr. Caldwell, but we were very clear in our statement that we have extended grace and support to him that he could be better. What troubles me in his behavior and what troubles me is the cancel culture that we live in that doesn't afford people grace, that we don't have the opportunity to be better people and learn from our mistakes. So the thought is that
They'll hire him back.
He's coming back.
I would hope
and
so, yeah.
they're just going to wait for all this to die down, and they'll bring him
And
back.
look, kudos to that company, because while this guy clearly is an ass and he got mad, maybe he was drunk, whatever, dude, calling someone a bad word at a game, does that mean that you should lose your job and your life kind of, crumbles? No, come on. Now, it's one thing if you're assaulting someone, but cursing at someone, I mean, my goodness, that is, I'm with the CEO on that one. I get the CEO probably had to do it because, you got to make a strong statement, but quietly hire the guy back, and hopefully the dumbass learns a lesson and doesn't get to go to Eagle games anymore. And don't be shouting the C word at people unless it's the Sea-Hulk. Then feel free to shout the C word. If it's a super fan, absolutely say whatever you want to him, because that guy probably is a see you next Tuesday.
All right, up next in the news, but first, Will.
This is a Football Friday edition of Primetime with Isaac and Suk.
Brought to you by the Odyssey app.
Now, from the Fan Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
First on The Fan, the College Football National Championship on Monday features the 8th-seeded Ohio State Buckeyes taking on the 7th-seeded Notre Dame Fighting Irish. That game's going to be in Atlanta, Georgia. Right now, Ohio State is favored by 8.5. The total is set at 45.5. That game can be heard here on 1080 The Fan, starting with the pregame show at 3:30. The Blazers are back at home on Saturday. They're taking on the Rockets in the Moda Center. Denny Advia is a game-time decision. He's still dealing with an ankle injury that has kept him out the last few games. That game's going to tip off at 7 p.m. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Will Ortner at the Fan Sports Desk. Listen live or on demand on the Odyssey app, the Fan's desktop player, or tell your smart speaker to play 1080 The Fan.
Jump back to earlier parts.
Somebody texted in about the Baker Mayfield undercover fan thing. Have you seen that at all?
I have not.
I was just looking at that. Apparently, it was a Eli Manning operation called what was it called?
Well, I remember the Chad Powers thing. Is it like that?
It's like that. It's called the Undercovers, and they dress Baker Mayfield up as a guy by the name of Gus Swayze.
Okay.
And he shows up to this Bucks fan tour of their facilities and stuff as a Bucks fan. He's in disguise, and he's with all these other Bucks fans. It's actually kind of funny. And then they take him out onto the field, and he's like, no cartilage left in my knee. He grabs a ball and he chucks it 75 yards, and all the fans are like, wait, what?
Freaking out.
What the hell? Who's this guy?
Yeah, it's super fans.
This is a good bit. Anyway, it is January 17, 2025. It's time for the news. I'm your news man. Thank you.
Something wrong?
Thank you. Nothing is wrong.
No?
At least not with me. It is National Bootleggers Day.
Yeah, do we still have bootleggers? A little Smokey and the Bandit style? Got to get that Coors from Texarkana down to Atlanta, GA.
Does it have to be alcohol to be a bootlegger?
I think that's traditionally how you think of bootleggers, but I'm assuming you can bootleg just about anything, right? I mean,
So then there definitely are still some, if it's not just alcohol.
Wait, what are you thinking? Drugs?
Yeah. Or possibly people.
Yeah, but I don't think they call that boot. I really feel like bootlegging does have to be alcohol.
it says bootlegging was original about hiding something in a long boot. That's where bootlegging came
Okay,
from.
never mind.
But
that's definitely happening. How do
Yeah,
you think people get stuff into concerts?
the American Civil War, soldiers would sneak liquor into army camps by concealing pint bottles. So it is a liquor thing. Because they would conceal pint bottles into their boots beneath their trouser legs. Hence,
Yeah,
bootlegging.
it's synonymous with the booze, but could you call a bootlegger, for example, in Will's scenario there, you're going into a concert and you're sneaking in some sticky icky or maybe some mushrooms and you got them in your boot, you're technically a bootlegger. Are you not?
I'm going to look into this.
What if you sneak in alcohol? Because you
that-
sneak in
then
a
you're-
shooter
Yes. You're a bootlegger.
All right, so here's the thing.
or to a dry county, maybe?
Technically, there is no such thing as bootlegging. It's a slang term. So, but bootlegging it says it primarily refers to
Yeah.
alcohol.
It's just putting something in your boot,
Yes.
and they just used it for booze because it fit nicely in there.
So instead of bootlegging, those people are just now, it says in here, and it's true. No one is a bootlegger for drugs, you're a smuggler. So you don't
Okay.
bootleg drugs, you smuggle drugs, you bootleg the boozy woozy.
So bootlegging is kind of not a thing anymore.
No, not really. Unless you're making your own illegal stills, then you would still be a bootlegger.
Maybe
and
going
all that.
into a dry county, perhaps?
Well, they called bootlegging movies, That's a thing, right? Bootleg a movie in DVDs,
Yeah.
Back in the day?
Yeah, I suppose you could still do that.
music. Can you bootleg music?
So my little streaming
LimeWire.
box that I have, if it has all the movies and stuff that you want on there. I think Will may have one of those too now.
Hey, dude, don't out me on that.
But the best part
May or
is
may
that
not.
if you look up a movie that's still in the theater, it's on there. But most of the time, it's a bootleg version of someone that took a camcorder or an iPhone in and filmed the movie. So the sound quality's a little off, and occasionally you'll see someone walk in front of the camera.
1, 2, 3 movies was like that in college.
You'll be like, hey, that movie, hey, Deadpool's out. Like, oh, it's already on here. And then you look and it's just some dude. You can hear him eating popcorn. You're like, all right. It's out there bootlegging that.
It is also Ditch New Year's Resolution Day.
Oh, that sounds about
I
right.
get
thought
rid of
Quitter's
it.
Day was the 10th.
You thought what now?
Quitter's Day. They have a whole
Yeah.
ad about it.
I know.
Is this different? Do you get to quit twice?
Well, if
Okay.
you haven't quit yet, you
Yeah,
can quit now.
now you can quit it.
I'm going to sneeze. Hold on.
Hold on.
Bless you.
Portland could face a more than $100 million shortfall in the 2025-26 fiscal year.
Don't we always have to hear about the shortfall, even though we give them so much money?
A representative for Mayor Keith Wilson's office says that the number includes $27 million in general funds, $40 million in expiring one-time funds, and $70 million or more in potential new expenses.
We're getting so much for our money, I feel like we should give them more.
City bureaus are being asked to prepare for cuts from 5 to 8%. This includes police, fire, emergency communications, which were not asked to make cuts in recent years under former Mayor Ted Wheeler. Not a good start for Dr. Wilson.
Probably. Although, can we all be honest? If you went through every department, you're telling me you can't find 5% to cut from a government department and have it be okay? Come on. It's just that when you hear anything involving police or fire or the military, like the idea we lose our S over it. There's so much waste. You all right over there?
Are you going to let me go to break? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, one sec.
Okay.
Hold on.
Because we're definitely a break behind.
I know.
It's not no bueno.
What if you could renew your vehicle registration at Freddy's
As opposed to online, where it's...
or at the DMV?
All right, talk to me.
Well, I will, but I'm not allowed to now because Will wants me to break. So we will talk about this when we come back. A very exciting show today here on The Fan.
This is the Fan's window into sports.
All right, one more story here on In the News, Jan 17, 2025. Oregonians can now renew their vehicle registration with new self-service kiosks in 9 Fred Meyer stores nationwide.
All right. Nationwide.
I mean, statewide.
Yeah, you can go to a Fred Meyer's in Nebraska and renew your Oregon.
I don't even think they have Fred Meyer's in
I know,
Nebraska.
it's a Northwest thing. I think Kroger owns them, though. There's Kroger's. But now, I do not register my car in the beautiful state of Oregon. Mine gets registered in Washington, but I just register mine online. Can you not do that in Oregon?
No, you can.
Then why would I need to go to a kiosk at Freddy's when I have this thing called internet?
Well,
to get your steps in.
some people don't have internet.
Yeah. Okay. I would assume most people have access to internet.
The Oregon Driver and Motor Vehicle Services, otherwise known as DMV, has launched express kiosk in Beaverton, Bend, Eugene, Happy Valley, Hillsboro, Medford, Oak Grove, Salem, and Tualatin.
Oh,
And a 10th location in Portland is expected soon. This is an alternative to visiting a DMV office, renewing by mail or online. The kiosk can only be used to renew vehicle registration. They do take cash. You can do it in English or Spanish. And they say they see them as a way to improve customer service, access, and equality. Equity.
Equity.
Yeah.
Right?
Like
So you don't have
people that don't. It's just more ways
All right.
for people that can't do it the way you want to do it, or the way.
Remember when we
you
talked
know?
about the government budget, and
Yeah.
and they needing to slash 5 to 8%?
You want to slash these kiosks already?
Well, I'm just asking. Like we're constantly told by government that we need more money and there's budgetary shortfalls. I don't know how much it costs to put these kiosks in, but does anyone want to take a guess that it's probably an astronomical number to put in kiosks? And while I'm sure it's somewhat convenient for people, was it something that anyone was like, oh my God, registering my car is so hard? Like anything else, it's just done online. You can go to a library, like any place that has access.
Well,
So, just saying, like,
yeah.
if we're looking to trim fat,
Yeah.
as they just told us,
I can't argue against this.
this is the stuff that drives me crazy about government, is they constantly tell us we don't have money, and yet we have money to put kiosks into Fred Meyer's when seemingly it's about as easy as it can be to do already. So,
I mean, I want to fight you on it, but I can't. I can't fight you.
I
Tend to agree with that.
just saying,
But hey, at least we have
at
kiosks.
least we got kiosks now. So, how much you want to bet next time you're in Freddy's, like, and you walk by one, there'll be no problem.
Or they don't work.
They don't work, or one person, and then they're not going to know how to use it. I doubt that thousands of people are flocking to Freddy's to register their car online. You just happen to be at Freddy's, picking yourself up some groceries and like a Carhartt sweatshirt, and you're like, hey, you know what? I do need to renew my car right here. Oh yeah, and cash. Let's go. It just seems odd.
Probably right next to the jeweler.
There you go. Exactly. Get yourself a wedding ring and register your car.
That's where you get your promise rings, bro.
It might be next to the coin.
Oh,
the
yeah.
coin machine.
Coin machine thing
Yeah.
that takes an entirely
Yeah, you get enough.
too large of a cut of your coins.
You get enough coins, you
It
can
takes a
register
cut of
your
your
car.
coins?
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
got
you have to.
coins. I need to go get rid of these coins.
Well, I mean, you can take them to a bank.
It's going to
Coinstar,
take those
right?
from me?
Yeah, Coinstar. Yeah, if you take them to a bank, wherever you bank,
Yeah.
they'll do it for free.
But I think
But coins-
you have to roll them
Yeah,
yourself. at
they'll give
banks.
you rollers, and you can roll them up and then turn
I'm
them in,
not
which is a
doing
pain in
that.
the
I'm
ass.
not
Exactly.
Or
doing
you
that.
just dump them in.
This
and,
is where Coinstar gets you. Is like, I'll just go to Coinstar and pay 40%.
Yeah.
I don't think it's 40%, but whatever it
ridiculous.
is, they take a bunch of it.
I'll tell you, it's better than rolling those coins, because you know who's not rolling $100 worth of coins?
Hell yeah.
Anybody.
You know who's not turning in coins anytime soon? This guy.
I got too many.
Yeah, a bunch of them. Makes me, I don't know, it makes me feel good. I like it. You're just sitting there. I
No.
feel like I'm rich.
Yeah, but it just takes up space. I don't need it taking up space.
Well, take
13
it to Coinstar then.
13%.
It's gonna not if it's going to take 40%.
Oh, see, then, okay, so you're back to where I am. It's like, just leave it.
No, I'm going to start throwing it at people.
They charge you $1 to use it, and then
Uh-huh.
13%.
Whoa!
13%?
Yeah, dude, that's a lot of percent.
What does Big Coin have to do to get into my pockets?
Who gets this?
Whoever owns the Coinstar.
I'm going to start buying some of those Coinstar machines.
There you go.
How much do you think they
Suckers.
cost?
Well, the thing is, you got to get them in the Freddy's or the
I know.
Walmart. You're not getting.
And you got to service them too.
That's not happening.
But still,
Thought about it with vending machines. It only costs like $3,000.
It's a tasty deal, though. You think about it. I mean, it's
Yeah.
it's licensed to print money. I see people doing that all the time.
well, until they get rid of coins, and then it's like,
That's true.
what's Coinstar going to do?
Go find something outside.
DMV,
Yeah, DMV. There you go.
CarStar. Why? I'm having fun.
No one else heard that but you two. But now, please go.
The Hot 5-5's next, followed by an interview with Joey Harrington on Football Friday on The Fan.
The forecast calls for wet weather. From the Fan Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
First on The Fan, the Blazers are back at home on Saturday. They're taking on the Rockets in the Moda Center. Denny Advia, he's a game-time decision, still dealing with an ankle injury. That's kept him out the last couple of games. That game's going to tip off at 7 p.m. The 13th-ranked Oregon Ducks take on the 17th-ranked Purdue Boilermakers on Saturday. That game's going to be a home one in Eugene. Right now, the Ducks are looking to make up some ground in the Big Ten Conference standings. They're trailing the Boilermakers by 1 game in the loss column. Tip-off for that one is at noon. Then on Monday, the College Football National Championship features the 8th-ranked Ohio State Buckeyes taking on the 7th-ranked Notre Dame Fighting Irish. That game's going to be in Atlanta, Georgia. Right now, Ohio State is favored by 8.5. The total is set at 45.5. You can hear that game here on 1080 The Fan Monday, starting with the pregame show at 3:30. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Will Ortner at the Fan Sports Desk. Listen live or on demand on the Odyssey app, the Fan's desktop player, or tell your smart speaker to play 1080 The Fan.
Did you score a smart speaker over the holidays? Just asked it to play.
Follow 1080 The Fan and enable push notifications to get the latest on the Ducks, Beavers, Blazers, and more.
On 1080 The Fan.
All right, welcome back. That's right, push noties. Got to enable those.
Oh, yeah. I disable almost all push notifications.
God, me too.
Yeah, I'm out.
It is very rare that I get an app. I allow an app to notify me of anything.
I saw a push notification just now in the fridge.
Mm-hmm.
I went in there to get I brought a seltzer, and I went in there to get my seltzer. And there's a big rack of baby back ribs, like raw baby back ribs, that you just buy from Costco or whatever in the package. And someone had put a sticky note on it that just said, "I'm making borscht."
Okay.
I don't know why someone felt the need to put a sticky note on a rack of uncooked ribs saying, "I'm making borscht."
That's got Swigard written all over it.
Well, we have is it Paulina, the sales gal who's Russian?
Yeah.
So I saw her in the hallway and I asked, "Did you put a note on some ribs that said, 'I'm making borscht'?" And she had yeah. And so I asked, "Were you afraid that someone was going to steal your ribs?" She goes, "Well, I've heard stuff goes missing." And then I had to ask the question again, "Did you really think that the note would, like, I'm going to go in to steal your ribs?" And I'm like, "These ribs are mine." And then I'm like, wait, she's making borscht. I better not steal these. At which point she felt a little silly and then kind of walked the other way. But I do enjoy that she had to label the ribs for fear of someone stealing them, as if that would deter the thief.
Well, I like it. It's not do not touch or do not take.
No.
It's I'm making borscht, which is a more polite way to say hands off.
Would anyone who steals
well,
uncooked ribs?
Dude, come on. Anything will disappear from that fridge. You leave it in there long enough, and I'm not kidding. Anything. You could put a severed finger in there, and somebody would be like, "Oh,
I will say,
I've been looking for one of those."
I will say, I just was shocked. It made me think of it with their push notification.
Or what?
Hey. I've never seen someone leave a sticky note just telling me what the uncooked food was intended for. Now I know later tonight, assuming she's making borscht with those ribs. I also didn't know you made borscht with baby back ribs. I would think that was more of a roast
what
sort
is
of
borscht?
thing. It's a disgusting Russian dish.
God,
Well,
look at you
was
just
mean.
crapping all over her.
Have you ever had borscht?
I don't even know what it is.
It's gross.
All right.
It's not good.
Just asking. That's Russian.
It's I think that's Portuguese. It's like a meat soup,
Oh,
but it's
it's like a stew?
yeah, but it's really sour. It's not good.
Okay.
No offense to the Russians out there, but
Offense.
I'm not a fan. You ever gone to a Russian restaurant? It's not my.
I don't think I've ever really eaten at a Russian restaurant.
It's not my. It's not my jam.
Do they have them around here?
Yeah,
Oh,
there's a
yeah.
bunch of them.
Yeah, there's
There's a really nice one in Portland that people speak very highly
Ketchka,
of. Yeah,
right?
Ketchka.
Isn't that?
Yeah.
It's I've never been there, but I've heard good things.
And everyone was like, "Oh, you gotta have the borscht. You gotta have the borscht." Well, I had the borscht, and let me tell you, don't get the borscht.
All right, well, we've got Joey Harrington coming up here in about 20 minutes, and we'll talk to him. I just want to find out if he's less sad than he was last week, because he was very sad last week.
Yeah,
Sad Joey
he
is
was.
not the best Joey.
I don't think he's handling this Oregon thing very well.
No. So we'll talk to him coming up. Maybe he's into the NFL playoffs this weekend.
Let's hope so. His
Yeah.
Lions.
Yeah, his Lions. Trying to think of any. All the Ducks quarterbacks are out, aren't they? Oh no, Mariota's still in there.
Oh yeah.
His Washington Commanders.
I guess, yeah.
Anyway, 5:30. We'll have the club. But right now, the Hot 5 at 5.
Hot topics, hot opinions,
Oh, golly, I'm hot today.
and hot air. It's time for the Hot 5 at 5.
That's hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 on Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
No, I mean it. That's very hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 with Isaac and Sue. Brought to you on The Fan by Victorico's Mexican Food. Discover Victorico's new savory menu items. Order in-store, online, or get it delivered straight to your door at victoricos.com. Number 5.
Well, channeling his inner Michael Jordan, who famously stated ahead of his return to the NBA in 1995, "I'm back." Jimmy Butler
Hey.
is back. He tweeted through his agent those exact words, "I'm back." And he is out there
But they don't have a choice because of the whole league rules about guys sitting, so
for the Heat.
yeah.
He was suspended because he said he wanted out of there, and now he's back playing for the Heat against the Nuggets.
We got suspended for conduct detrimental. Basically, they hate each other, but here we are.
Yeah, I don't know why he's back, but he is.
Game just underway. 0-0 right now.
Who's
30
winning?
seconds in.
Jazz up 3-0.
Jimmy Butler just missed a open jump shot.
Bum.
He sucks.
I'll tell you what's weird about him. I mean, he wants a new contract, which is why he wants to be traded.
Yeah.
Is anybody like? I don't think there's really a market for Jimmy Butler.
Well, his best days are behind him, and he doesn't really play much in the regular season. But in the postseason, I mean,
Yeah, but he wants
Number 4.
he wants a deal, so it's like
and he's 35.
I know the Suns want him, but
He's 35 going on 36. I mean,
all right, but who's going to give that to him?
well, Jimmy may be delusional. And by maybe,
Well,
probably.
he is. It's just I don't know. It's weird. Star wants out. Good player. I'd take him,
Well, Miami
but
said-
I'm
Miami
not going to
said
pay him.
They're open to moving on from him.
Well, of course they are, but nobody wants him.
No.
The Suns want him, but they can't afford it. I mean, it's like this weird.
Yeah.
It's this weird song and dance where it's like,
I'm
he's going to
somebody.
stay in Miami. I don't know. Well, we had this a couple weeks ago, or not a couple weeks ago, maybe last week, but for some reason it's a headline again today. Roki Sasaki, the stud Japanese pitcher that's coming over to the majors,
Yes, sir.
he says he is joining the Dodgers.
What?
Yeah.
I can't believe it.
Stunning.
Shocking development. I think it was adorable that anyone thought that he was going to sign elsewhere.
Number 3.
I feel like Will's rushing us.
I think he's in a state.
It's not going well.
We are off the clock. I am rushing you 100%.
You're off the clock, Will. You're responsible for it.
Yeah, you're the producer.
I should not be in charge of men
You're
older
fired.
than me.
You fired. The Titans are hiring Chiefs assistant GM Mike Borgonzi as their new general manager.
Well, you can do a lot worse than taking Chiefs personnel because you look at the way they've built their championship team and then revamped that championship team. Done a phenomenal job.
He is a well-respected executive from Kansas City who has a strong relationship with Tennessee President Chad Brinker. So you have the Brinker-Borgonzi show in Tennessee now.
Didn't know who either one of those guys are, but all right.
But he finally gets his shot.
Finally gets a
And he looks just like you would think an NFL GM would look. Can you
Really?
describe him?
I'm guessing kind of dowdy.
He is white,
Yeah.
a little overweight,
Yeah.
a bit of a receding hairline.
Sounds about right. Basically, he's the same thing as a retread football coach.
Number 2.
Cam Cameron.
Yeah, a
is
little
now-
bit.
Yeah.
A little more polished, a little more suit. He's got a suit on here. This photo I'm looking at of Borgonzi. Looks like maybe he has 3 girls. You know, he's a dad.
Dad bod.
Definitely a dad bod. Ron Rivera interviewing for the Raiders vacancy today. Former Panthers and Commies coach.
You want to talk about a retread? Give you Ron Rivera? Really? That's where we're going, Raiders? Sure. I just think sometimes, are we just interviewing people just for the sake of interviewing?
I think so.
Ron Rivera really is going to. Now, is this to satisfy the Rooney Rule? But I thought, is the Rooney Rule just African American or is it any person of color?
I thought it was, well, that's a good question. I don't know.
It's like, no offense, Ron Rivera is not getting that job. Stop it.
And tomorrow, the Raiders will hire Ron Rivera.
And it makes me sad.
Old run.
Number one.
Number one.
And number one, we've got a couple of hot games on the Fan coming up here in the next couple of days.
Yes, we do.
We've got the Ducks hosting Perdon't. See what I did there?
Hilarious.
That's going to be a good game at Matt Court, noon tip tomorrow here on the Fan.
It's the Ota Bowl in my house because the BTJ went to Oregon. Her brother, Purdue Boilermaker.
Really?
Yeah.
Now, where does he live? Is he going to be coming over? And
He lives in Japan, so I don't think he's.
Oh.
I don't think he's making the journey back over for the big Purdue game. But we've started some online trash talk. I'm gonna have to throw out the
now,
Perdon'ts.
is he confident in Perdon't?
I don't think he has any idea.
Oh, he doesn't
what
even-
Purdue has going on.
He doesn't follow him.
I don't think.
Should be a good game. I mean, I don't.
He's more of a football fan than he is a
Uh-huh.
basketball fan, which
Yeah, I
is
tell you
sad
what.
because you go to Purdue, you should probably root for your basketball team.
I read that Jackson Shellstad is shooting 75% or something in his last 3 games.
Yikes.
Dude, the guy's on fire.
Yeah.
But he has a matchup against a kid by the name of Braden Smith. If you watch any of this game, that Purdue point guard, Braden Smith, he might be one of the best players in the country.
So I'll tell you what.
And he's white and he has a weird beard.
Oh,
But he's really good.
he's got that weird Amish beard.
So that's a great matchup.
It's a neck beard, isn't it?
Yeah, it's kind of like no mustache-y beard.
Boy, yeah, that's the neck beard.
Yeah, it's kind of weird.
But I'll tell you what, man. Is there a sport that specializes in bad facial hair quite like basketball? And it doesn't get any better when you get into the NBA. I mean, it is just a rough go of
Well,
it
in
out there.
fairness, we don't get to see the faces of a lot of football players with helmets and stuff.
Yeah,
know?
I'm telling you, man. There's something about bad basketball facial hair.
And Monday here on the Fan, we will have Ohio State, Notre Dame college football championship game. We will not have a show on Monday. That's what I wanted to tell you.
Well, we got the holiday.
Well, yeah, but we got the game.
I know it's the holiday.
But we
and-
got-
and-
Yeah, and then I think we have NFL on Sunday. I mean, we're so awesome. We have so much sports for you.
We are loaded.
Victor Rico's Mexican food, a hit with the whole family. Order in-store, online, or delivered to your door at victorricos.com. When you think of flavor, think of Victor Rico's. Let's look ahead to the NFL weekend, then we'll get Joey Harrington in here next on the Fan. So tomorrow during the Ducks game, inevitably, if I've watched them enough, I know that they will inevitably fall down by 9 or 10 with about 7 minutes left and win by 3.
I like the idea of Oregon at some point in the first half, because this is like 14 versus 15.
Yeah.
Like I love the idea. I think Oregon's going to get up by 12 in the first half. Then in the second half, fall down by 8.
Okay.
Then in the final 3 minutes,
Win by
make a
3.
rousing comeback and win by 3.
That does seem to be their mojo.
Yes.
So as they are coming back, or perhaps right when they're falling down by double digits late in the second half, that's when you have to turn on Texans-Chiefs, because the Ducks game's at noon, and then Texans-Chiefs is at 1:30.
Oh, there you go.
So they'll be conflicting.
Boy, you're right, by the way, about that Purdue guy's creepy beard. Yeah.
Braden Smith.
Yeah, Braden Smith.
I tell you what, he can ball out though.
He's got that Amish thing going on for himself.
So I got a hot take. You ready for a hot take?
Give it to me.
Yeah, let's do that.
I'm gonna spice this up.
All right.
I'll bet you, and I have no confidence in this whatsoever,
Okay.
but I'll bet you that when we reconvene here Tuesday, of all the games, football games that we are going to discuss, we are going to be talking most about Texans-Chiefs.
Really?
How about that? It's a hot take.
That is a hot take.
Yeah. Because everybody thinks Rams-Eagles or Ravens-Bills. I don't think it'll be Monday night's game, but maybe it will. Ohio State, Notre Dame, of course. I think it might be Texans-Chiefs.
Yeah, I'm not buying that. I'm not. I think there's a reason why the spread is 8.5. I think Kansas City wins this by double digits. I think the only reason that we're doing this is I think we're trying to talk ourselves into it a lot like we did with Denver, right? Denver looked good the week before. We didn't see Kansas City obviously laid down, but Denver looked so good, and so it was like, oh yeah, the Broncos are going to give the Bills problems. No, they're not, because Denver's not a really good team, and neither are the Texans. They're just not.
So what's your hot take?
And the Texans looked really good, at least in the second half, against the Minnesota team that people didn't have any sort of faith in, and we didn't see Kansas City. But the truth of the matter is the Texans, at least on the offensive side of the ball, haven't really been good all year long. And I think Kansas City as a defense, one, is getting healthy. And they've had multiple weeks to get ready for this. And we all know about Andy Reid coming off a bye. And Andy Reid has basically had 2 weeks to get ready for this. And I just don't have, I have zero faith that the Texans are going to be competitive in this game. I think Kansas City wins by double digits. So the one that we're going to be talking about the most.
No, I want a hot take out of you. I need you to spice this up.
Let me see here.
Give me something wild. You got one, Ortner?
I'm trying to think of what my wild take will be.
Like a hunch or something. What do you guys got?
LA beating Philly.
You got LA beating Philly?
No, I could see it happening. I don't necessarily have it. I just bet the points on that game. But, I mean, would it really shock you if Matt Stafford and Sean McVay had a good game plan and then Jalen Hurts started getting in a fight with A.J. Brown on the sideline and they imploded?
Wow, that is a hot one. Yeah, I mean, kind of. I don't know. I like Philly in that game.
Yeah, I do too.
I just think L.A. outdoors and against the number one defense in January.
Matthew Stafford doesn't play well in cold weather. And
the Eagles are pretty trustworthy.
The Eagles are pretty trustworthy. And two, I think when you look at what the Rams want to do, the Rams are a bit of a bully team up front, and you're not going to bully the Eagles up front, right? They're just, and you look at what they were able to do to Minnesota, they just were able to push them around and really squeeze that pocket. And both of the Minnesota tackles, because remember, Darrisaw is hurt, so both of their tackles are a little more finesse guys, and really were susceptible just getting pushed back into the lap. Well, Lane Johnson might be the best bull rush tackle, right tackle in the history of the NFL. Mulata is 330 pounds, 6'9". You're not going to get that push from the outside, and we've seen it this year with the Rams. The Rams defense is kind of feast or famine, and I just think this is going to be problematic. And styles make fights, and I wish that there was better stylistic fights, but like the two upsets that you were looking at, if it was going to be like the Commanders or the Rams, I think stylistically both of those teams are in a lot of trouble. If you want a hot take, because everyone thinks this is it's the closest spread, right? 1.5. Baltimore is going to kick the hell out of Buffalo.
Oh, blowout.
It'll be a blowout.
Okay.
They're gonna beat their ass.
That is a hot take. Why do you think
that's
that?
my hot take.
In Buffalo.
In Buffalo. I think they go up there and I think they absolutely ram it down the Bills' throats.
They already did that once.
That I think they're going to do it again. And again, we'll go back to what I was talking about, styles make fights. Buffalo only really, and granted, the two Buffalo linebackers that are going to be in the game were not in the first one. So yes, their linebackers are going to be better this time around than what they were. Matt Milano is back, and then Terrell Bernard. So, but Milano isn't playing at the same level he was before the injury. But Buffalo basically just runs nickel. Buffalo does not want to they don't really run three linebacker sets. They want to be in nickel. And I don't think they have the secondary, and I wish Zay Flowers was playing in this, but in a game that is going to be played basically in a phone booth, especially if it really gets snowy, I just think it favors Baltimore because Baltimore is going to be big. They're going to be rugged. They have a 300. They'll run 6-0 linemen too, like Buffalo does, but they'll run it out there, and they have a 300-pound fullback. And also here goes back to styles on the defensive line. Ed Oliver in that front and Rousseau for Buffalo are really disruptive, but they're more of shoot gaps. They aren't really they're an upfield team, and no one has more traps, pulls, counter schemes than what the Ravens do. The Ravens do a phenomenal job of angles, and when you have a team that loves to penetrate and slant, Baltimore will cut you a million ways, and Monken, their OC, does such a good job with it. If you go back and watch that first game, so many times they let Buffalo run themselves out of position and set up great trap blocks. And so I just think that the fact that they're not big and rugged up front, they really only have two linebackers, they want to be a nickel, and I just think that Baltimore, much like in the first game, is going to line up. And from a scheme-wise and a run scheme, especially in the bad weather, I don't think Josh Allen is going to be able to sling it around and keep them in this game. And I think they are just going to get bullied. And if they find themselves in a bad weather game getting down, I don't think Buffalo is going to be able to dig their way out of this against a Ravens defense that is playing better. And people on the outside that I don't think really scare the Ravens. I think Buffalo needs to win this game, kind of like we were talking about Notre Dame. I think they need to win it one way, and I don't think it's there. I think the Ravens are going to run through them.
There's your hot takes. So if that's the case, and you don't like Washington, and you don't like Houston, and you trust Philly, you have just called 4 blowouts. That's kind of what you've just said.
I don't see...
And then a blowout on Monday.
I honestly just don't see... From a style point, I don't see upsets.
Yeah, I agree with you, but that's why I said I think Houston and Kansas City is the best game we're talking about because Kansas City just doesn't cover big numbers. They haven't. I think they're like 0-5 against the spread when they're favored by 7 or more this year, and they're 19-28-1 with Patrick Mahomes. As a favorite of 7 or more. I think that's going to be a close game. I just think Houston's already been there and played them once, and it was really close. And I think it's going to be another one. But it's a typical Chiefs pull it out. But based on also the things that you said, I feel pretty confident in Philly, feel pretty confident in Detroit. And then if you're right about Baltimore, that's the best game.
Yeah.
Kansas City and Houston.
I just think we're all building towards that, and I hope it's a really good game.
I'm with you.
I just think what happened in the first one, I don't think that was a fluke. I think that is a stylistic problem for the Buffalo Bills.
But how many times do we sit down and go, this game's going to be great? And and it's not.
Yeah.
For whatever reason. Ohio State, Oregon, the same way. I just get so skeptical when I'm like, I get so jazzed for a game, and I sit down and I'm like, I just get that negative thought of like, oh God, this is gonna suck.
Yeah.
and Ravens Bills is just you couldn't ask for more.
No.
And yet it will probably suck, much like Ohio State and Oregon. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
All right, so let's get to let's find out what Joey Harrington's got going on. Coming up next, here is Will.
This is a Football Friday edition of Primetime with Isaac and Suk.
Brought to you by the Odyssey app.
Now, from the Fan Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Sports Center is brought to you by Big's Chicken. Try their smoked and fried wings, tossed with the perfect dry rub and served with a killer trio of sauces. Menus at bigschicken.com. First on the Fan, 4 games in the NFL divisional round. First on Saturday, you've got the Texans heading to Arrowhead to take on the Chiefs. The temperature at kickoff is going to be 25 degrees. KC favored by 8. Total is set at 41.5. Kickoff at 1:30. Then at 5 p.m., the Commanders travel to Detroit. They're taking on the Lions. Detroit is favored by 9.5. Total is set at 55.5. On Sunday, the action starts in the NFC. Rams traveling to Philly to take on the Eagles. Eagles are favored by 6.5. Total is set at 43.5. The temperature of that game is expected to be 31 degrees for this noon kickoff. Immediately after that game, you've got the marquee matchup. Ravens traveling to Buffalo to take on the Bills. The temperature is expected to be 18 degrees at 3:34 kickoff. Baltimore is favored by 1.5. Total is set at 51.5. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Will Ortner at the Fan Sports Desk. Listen live or on demand on the Odyssey app, the Fan's desktop player, or tell your smart speaker to play 1080. The Fan.
It's time for Who's Leading the Charge. A look under the hood at the coach.
The time of his life. J. Joseph Harrington.
The time I'm not having the time of my life. Actually, I was going to start to sing that, but I'm not.
I would hope not. If this is the time of your life, you ever had that when someone's like, "Oh man, this is the best time ever," and you're like, "You need to have better times." Like,
No, I think this is in general. Like, I love this time of life. You know, kids are in the sweet spot, having fun. You know, I'm old, so I'm wise, but I'm not so old that I'm like decrepit. And you know, all that stuff is great. But I'm sitting here thinking, I had to cancel all of the reservations that I had in Atlanta for this weekend.
Oh.
Yeah, that's little reminder.
Why did you wait till this weekend?
Oh no, I canceled. I sat in the chair watching the Rose Bowl and cried and canceled them all at that time.
Yeah.
Well, that's kind of the tough part about the new playoff model is what do you do? Like some of those early games didn't sell that great because fans wanted to wait, but if you wait and you don't make it, it's asking a lot of fan bases you know, to basically pack up and go 3 separate times to neutral site cities.
No, it's completely financially unsustainable for 99% of fans out there. There was a family of 2, but for 2 people to go to all of the away games, right? The bowl games that it would have required. The Big Ten, I was talking to the Big Ten guys, and they said it was something around $32,000 to $35,000.
Gosh, and that doesn't include the Big Ten championship. If you want to go, like, you know, you throw that.
Yes, that's what it was. It was all if you want, you know, tickets and flights and hotels and food and like, you know, it's unreasonable. Like, how are you going to expect someone not only to take the time off of work? Like, we're talking. That's so stupid. This is dumb. It's dumb, and it's only dumb because we're not in it, and I had to cancel all of my reservations.
Well, if they were smart, when they redo this in a couple years, the first couple rounds should be at home stadiums, because that's. Regardless if they were blowouts or not, like Notre Dame home game, stuff like that works. You know, Ohio State at the shoe.
But then the Peach Bowl doesn't get a host, and then the Rose Bowl doesn't get a host, and the Orange Bowl doesn't. Like, this is the thing. We're stuck in this in-between land of still trying to hang on to what used to exist, and at the same time trying to morph into something that everybody wants it to be. But we have 6 bowl games that are grandfathered in: the Orange, the Rose, the Cotton, the Sugar, the Peach, and the Fiesta, that all claim that they need to have a part of this puzzle. So if you've got 6 games plus a national championship game, there's 7 games. That's exactly what it is: the quarterfinals, the semifinals, and the championship game. So unless the majority of those bowl games say, you know what, we're going to let loose of our piece of the pie, it ain't going to happen.
Yeah. Well, maybe because next year they have to keep it, but then after that, I think everything's kind of up in the air, and you might be able to start from scratch. But again, it's a good old boys network, and the chances of someone cutting off the Peach Bowl people, it's all intermingled. You're right. It's going to be hard to break away, but you know, sometimes when you're making an omelet, you got to break some eggs, and I would hope that college football sooner than later. There's a way you can rebuild this without burning everything down, but you're gonna have to knock some things down. Like you give nods to the old way to do it, but we've got to move on and progress.
Yeah, and I think that college football has actually shown that they can do that in the way they've rolled out the NIL and the. Oh wait, no, they haven't.
You know what I have?
They just blow it up. They don't know how to knock it down.
No, they're very clunky.
Together. They just implode the whole thing.
Yeah.
Like I was sitting there yesterday thinking about like who Carson Beck is getting how much at Miami now?
$8 million.
8 million?
Was that what it was? 4 million?
8.
No,
6,
Quinn Ewers
12,
was 8
whatever
million.
the number is. Oh, Quinn Ewers is getting 8, and Carson Beck's getting 4. And oh, by the way, SMU was given the death penalty, and Reggie Bush lost his Heisman. Like, this is so stupid, and it's stupid that I'm not going to Atlanta this weekend. And
So
no,
wait.
this is not the best time of my life.
Okay, so to bring it back to that, how far into the game did you get before you canceled?
All the way.
So you made it to the. So you held out hope all the way to the end.
Come on now. Yeah. Like, of all the people to like, you're literally, my career is based on unusual stuff happening at the end of games, and then oops, we won, right? That's
Okay.
that's how I'm sitting here talking to you on a Friday evening. So of course I waited all the way till the very end, and then I actually waited until after the post-game show, just in the event there was some sort of catastrophic disaster. Oh no, Ohio State's bus drove into a ravine and all the players are alive, but they can't make it to the next round. I waited.
That's the Miss America thing. If the winner cannot fulfill their duties, then it goes to the first runner-up. One of those sorts of things.
Oh, exactly. I was waiting to be the first runner-up, and you know what? I wouldn't have minded.
Do you have a rooting interest on Monday? Or is Notre Dame America's team now?
I don't think Notre Dame will ever be America's team again. I think they were in the 60s and the 70s, and I think that illusion has blown over. Do I have a rooting interest? I mean, only because I guess Ohio State beat us, and so I want to somehow justify the fact that we lost. That quarterfinal game in the Rose Bowl was actually the national championship, but in the end, it doesn't matter. Yeah. Everybody who loses gets forgotten. So I don't care, and I hate both those teams.
Well, I guess I was wondering if, because in the college basketball world and under the old bowl system that we had, you had multiple people that felt great about their season, right? If you make a run to the Sweet 16 for a lot of teams, like if BYU ever makes a run to the Sweet 16, oh my God, it's best thing ever. Make Final Four, unbelievable. You don't necessarily have to cut down the nets. And I think the old bowl games were that way too. Like if you made a Fiesta Bowl, it was still, you could end on a high note. And I wondered if with the new playoff format, if you would have any of that. But like Penn State, who hasn't won a big game in years, I don't think Penn State feels good about their season, even though they won multiple playoff games.
No, I think you can have that format, or you can still have that feeling in this format. You just have to have different teams win, right? Yeah. If Boise State and Arizona State had advanced to the next round and then lost, they would have felt good about their season.
Yeah, that's true.
Right? But it's if BYU makes it to the Sweet 16, if Gonzaga makes it to the old Gonzaga, right, with Richie Fromm and Matt Santangelo and Casey Calvary, if they make it to the Sweet 16, that feels awesome. But when the number 1 seed, Virginia, loses in the first round, right, then you still feel like you get kicked in the crotch. So, and that's where Oregon is right now. And thank you for bringing that up and reminding me that this is not the best time of my life.
Hey, what was the best time of your life? What's the most fun you've ever had?
About 15 minutes before you guys called me and started reminding me that I'm not in Atlanta this weekend.
You had the whole Severance thing, right? You just had blocked it out. That part of Joey's mind was done.
Yeah, that didn't exist. What was the best time of my life? That's such a loaded question.
Well, you take the kids out of it because the kids and wife that's the default answer, and we don't want default answers. So take out getting married, take out, seeing your kids born or something like that.
Something stupid like that.
Well, I mean, that's the go-to. It could be something you did with your kids, like a trip or whatever, but you can't do kids born and you can't do when you're married. It's way too that's way too generic.
Okay, so those are 1 and 2, but even still, then you have to quantify it into two silos: pre-marriage and kids, and post-marriage.
Okay, well then give us 1A. Let's bifurcate.
Okay. Well, okay.
I think I know.
What is it?
Well, it's got to be something. From what I know of Storytime, it's probably something in between the time you were done at Oregon and you got drafted. You seem to tell some good stories about
the lead up to that.
Yeah, that was a fun, summer or several months. Yeah. The Playboy party and all that.
That was some there was some crazy stuff. Yeah. There's something. Let's just because I can nitpick around this. Let's just call it 2000 to 2002. Yeah. Right. We'll just call it those years, which includes kind of that first bit in Detroit before everything fell off the wagon. And then honestly, like in the other silo, I mean, to be able to share some of these incredible like sports we've talked about, we took the boys to Man City, Liverpool, we went to Juventus, Lazio last year. We're going to our first Wrexham match this year, and then we're going to see PSV Ajax. Like being able to share that with my boys and Emily, like that's really, really cool.
I've always been a big fan. If there's something that you're really into, or vice versa, something that your kids are really into, and they either share it with you or you get to share it with them, and you can see the fire get lit one way or the other, right? Mm-hmm. Either they light it in you, you light it in them. That's a really unique thing that as a parent that I will never take for granted. The first time you take your kids to a concert and it's a band that you loved and you're not certain if they like it, because it's a bummer when you're like, oh man, you're gonna love this. This is one of my favorite things, and then they're like, oh, whatever, old man. But when you see when you see that fire lit, that's a pretty good feeling. There's not many better. I concur with that.
It's a thing.
Yeah.
It's interesting you said your first season in Detroit. That was 2002, right? Like, because you know, I mean, that wasn't the best of time for you overall.
But I knew I was getting my teeth kicked in that year. Like, you know.
Yeah, but what was fun about it?
I don't know. New challenge. You know, exploring a new city. You know, my first year I was in the NFL. I mean, let's be honest. Like that was the first like rose-colored glasses experience in the NFL, and
probably the last one too.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And that's as long as it lasted.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, there was definitely. I mean, just because I got chased out of town with burning pitchforks doesn't mean that those, that the beginning of it wasn't new and fun and incredible and, still an experience that, 1% of 1% people get to live.
Yeah, because when you get handed the keys to the city. I mean, you're the guy, and you're right. I don't know how many people, whether it ends good or not. I mean, like you said, that is a really, really rare thing because it really only happens to the quarterback. I mean, you can be the number 4 overall pick and be a receiver, and that's not the same thing. But when you're Caleb Williams or you're Andrew Luck or you're Joey Harrington or, whenever you're drafted like that, yeah, it is kind of the franchise in the city kind of gets handed over to you. And I can't even fathom what that feels like.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah, I bet. And then comes with a ton of pressure right behind it. So
here comes the pressure train.
Yeah, well, you probably have a unique perspective. Like, for every Jaden Daniels, or Bo Nix, there's 100 others that it doesn't go that way for the most part.
Hold on. You just tried to think of a rookie quarterback who struggled this year, and there weren't any.
Caleb didn't have a great year.
Look at Caleb's stats.
They're not bad.
Every other one, and Caleb's. They're not bad. Caleb's. Oh yeah, he played very well in a lot of games, and his team just stunk.
Yeah. Yeah, they didn't do him many favors. It was a good group of quarterbacks. It's just weird that he kind of gets labeled as the one that had a wonky year, and he was kind of the can't miss guy. And a lot of it is the team success. And you look at, but even Drake May, who didn't have anything around him, I just think more people are going to view that season as a positive over Caleb Williams. But you're right, when you look at his numbers, they're actually not much different than Jaden Daniels, other than the wins and losses.
I'd love to have his numbers as a rookie.
Yeah, I'm guessing.
You probably would love to have Dan Campbell too.
Ooh, that'd have been fun.
Yeah,
that'd have been fun. Again, remind me about something else that sucks about this weekend. I didn't get Dan Campbell. I'm not in Atlanta. Do we have to go to commercial now?
We do.
Maybe we can reset.
Good call. Yeah, let's talk about the playoffs. Playoffs? We got big playoff games this weekend, and we'll get to that next with our friend Joey Harrington, courtesy of Mods PDX on The Fan.
It's time.
former NFL quarterback, knows a thing or two about, I don't know, quarterbacking. You know what I think is interesting, Jay Joseph, is the playoffs. Everybody talks about quarterbacks. You know, you guys get all the talk, good or bad. But it's a lot of the good teams, especially, are going back to just pounding the rock, the run game, right? The Derrick Henrys, the Saquon Barkleys, who else? The David Montgomerys and Gibbs and all these teams, all these good teams. Suddenly, in the playoffs, the weather gets cold, and they start running the ball. Isn't that interesting?
We're talking about NFL. I was like, wait a minute. No, I was thinking about Ohio. I was like, Ohio State playoffs. I was like, no, they got a couple wide receivers that are gonna. Oh, but the NFL. No, that's why I think Baltimore is going to beat Buffalo. Is for that very reason. Is it's going to be a Derrick Henry and Lamar Jackson's legs. I mean, that's going to be it's. Yeah, but that happens every year to a certain extent.
It kind of does, doesn't it? Like we always talk about, you know, how the offenses are opening up and the pass games and the quarterbacks, but it always comes back to this. Yeah. Running the ball.
And stopping the run.
What is the best? Here's a question for a quarterback. What is the best complementary piece for you as an NFL quarterback? Do you want, and I can only give you one of these, do you want a great run game? Do you want excellent pass protection? Do you want the Sean McVay coaching scheme, the Kyle Shanahan, or do you want an elite defense? Like, what is the best thing for you as the quarterback?
Ooh, that's actually a good question.
I was just thinking that same thing. I gave him the thumbs up. I was like, ooh, I like that.
First time for everything, Joe.
Yeah.
You want to get back to us?
Yeah, you can. It's kind of a chicken or egg thing, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, can you not run? You know, if you're a quarterback and you're struggling, can you not run the ball because you can't threaten them down the field, right? Because they're not afraid of you throwing it. Therefore, they're stacking the box. Or are you not able to throw the ball because you don't run it? Well, you know, I think in today's NFL right now, I would want a star wide receiver.
Okay. One who reads books on the sideline?
One that reads books on the sideline. Because I think that there are too many examples of, because if you're going to have a star wide receiver, right, you, with the exception of Saquon Barkley, name and Derrick Henry has kind of, you know, reemerged after leaving Tennessee. We went through a spell, and maybe I'm have selective memory, without a true like superstar or star-studded running backs through the NFL, right? We had teams winning games with guys that I think would be considered above average.
Sure.
Yeah,
there's maybe one or two guys like you'll have like a Christian McCaffrey that a team runs through, but you know, a lot of times it was either by committee or, you know, a guy that, you know, Austin Eckler and when he was with the Chargers, you know, you find these guys in the 5th or 6th round and you run them to death for 2 or 3 years and then you move on from them.
Then you move on.
A couple years ago, remember the top 3 leading rushers in the NFL, Saquon Barkley, Josh Jacobs, and who was I'm trying to forget who the other ones. Oh, Derrick Henry. None of them got contracts. They all let him go. And those are the 3 leading NFL, and everyone went, and they moved on from him.
So I think that the league has changed to a pass first, soften things up, and then we'll be able to run. If you go back to when I was playing, I mean, and I played against, I mean, he was the first name to come to mind, but at the end of his career, it was Emmitt Smith. He was with the Cardinals. But like, it's Eddie George,
LT,
right? It's Adrian Peterson. It's LaDainian Tomlinson. It's Ricky Williams. You start going down the list. Edgerrin James.
Falk was probably in there.
Marshall Falk. Absolutely. The Rams won the Super Bowl my first year. Of these absolute superstar running backs that allowed everything, that opened things up for everybody else. But I think that's the evolution of football, right? It's been slow. A lot of it has to do with rule changes, with penalty, what they're enforcing, the taking away the defender's ability to put hands on the wide receiver. Like, there are a lot of things that have created that. But I think right now, you saw it at the collegiate level, right? You saw it, with Ohio State. But if you can get a guy that can go out and dominate at the wide receiver position, it just opens things up for everybody else.
Yeah, that's what I always say. I call them gravitational players because they pull schemes and defenses towards them. Jeremiah Smith at Ohio State, in the last 2 games, they've been running a man on him and then bracket coverage and sometimes rolling a third one over, and you have to play him that way. There's just not many people that can guard him. And, like Jamar Chase or Justin Jefferson, these guys do require you to change the sort of defensive schemes that you run while on the field, because as good as some of the DBs are, you just can't say, all right, the
rules don't allow them.
No, you can't say you go guard him, because when you do, the guy ends up with 180 yards and 2 touchdowns in the first half, and thanks for coming.
So the Eagles, for example, like, I think your point is A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith last week, 5 catches, 65 yards. Yeah. But that is what allowed Saquon Barkley to rush for 119, is what you're saying. Yeah.
I would say not necessarily, right, like in that game specific, right? I would say that's more of a general, they were forced to pay attention to A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith. Not necessarily that they had 100 yards apiece, but the fact that they are productive. It's
Well, what I say, it was like, you look over the last handful of years, and by handful, let's go 10 years. As then the NFL works in 10-year cycles, right? So right now, all the rage is what it was smaller linebackers, because everyone was going 4 wide, empty, slinging the ball over the field. And most teams now run some form of nickel. The Bills and the Ravens both play 75% in nickel. And that's just, and years ago, more teams were doing that. So what happened to an adjustment to that was, great. If you want to run nickel, we're going to get physical and we're going to run the ball at you. And because you now have smaller linebackers and you're running 2 high safeties and you're trying to keep everything in front, cool, we're going to try to run you out of that look. And so to me, it's always a push-pull. And stuff comes back around. And if teams want to play soft shell 2 high safety, you have to be able to run the ball in order to get people out of that. And there'll be a shift where eventually we get back to the other way around, and more people will start throwing the ball downfield. But that's how you dealt with like the Kansas City Chiefs, is they just said, all right, we're just going to put a top on this and make you play underneath. There's always an adjustment to be made by the NFL, and it's a copycat league.
There you go. Nail, head, hit it.
Yep.
I'll give you Lamar Jackson or Josh Allen. Who do you want?
One game?
Mm-hmm.
This game?
No.
One game, anytime, any location.
In a dome for the Super Bowl, since neither have been there, Lamar Jackson or Josh Allen?
Lamar Jackson.
Okay. Why?
I've seen the incredible Josh Allen, and I've seen the implosion Josh Allen. I've seen the incredible Lamar Jackson, and I've seen the implosion Lamar Jackson. I think in those situations, Lamar Jackson as a runner gives you the best outlet between the two.
Gotcha. That makes sense.
Do both of them have the ability to be transcendent Hall of Fame quarterbacks? Yes. Do both of them have the ability to to trip over their own, we'll leave it like that. Yes, they do. But in those situations where all hell breaks loose and you tell me one of those guys has to make a play, there's only one person that I've seen in the NFL at the quarterback position who is more athletic than Michael Vick, and he's wearing the purple and black right now. Yeah. Like he's just special. And then right now you put Derrick Henry with a good God.
Yeah, it's a pretty nasty combo. I think a lot of people are secretly, you hear it out there, but I think a lot of people are sitting here going, I think Baltimore's going to the Super Bowl. Yeah. I mean, even though they had to win in Buffalo and Kansas City to do it, I feel like a lot of people are just looking at that combo right there going, well, that's going to be tough to beat.
That's where my money is.
Well, he had the one, I'm trying to remember who was it against. It was this year, and they were on about the 15 or 20. And I remember the play, and I just don't remember who it was against, but he backpedals. He ends up spinning out of like two different tackles. He ends up at the sideline somehow. He beats the edge contain, walks the sidelines, dodges one guy, goes back to the sideline, and ends up scooting in for the touch. It's literally, it's the best touchdown run you'll ever see. And you just kind of sit there, and I love Josh Allen too, because he can run people over. And don't get me wrong, I'm a big Josh Allen guy, but when some of the stuff that Lamar does, he's one of one. He just, and he's going to win his third MVP this year. And I kind of hope that if it's not Detroit, which I'm pulling for, I would kind of like to see Lamar have one of those seasons where he goes third MVP, wins the Super Bowl, and finally gets the criticism crap off his back, where people say that he can't win because he's pretty special. And
So you're saying that you want to heap the criticism crap on Josh Allen's back? All right,
I know that's I just don't know if Allen gets it the same way that Lamar does. And it's funny because one has 3 MVPs and the other doesn't. And yet I think we're more critical of Lamar than we are of Josh Allen.
I thought of another one. I have another one. We're supposed to go, but I'm going to give you another one. Justin Herbert or any of the rookies this year.
Justin Herbert.
Building a team.
Or any of the rookies.
You get May, you get Caleb Williams, you get Penix, you get Bo Nix.
Ooh, I forgot about Penix.
Yeah.
You get Daniels, if you'd like.
Yeah.
Or I'll give you Justin Herbert. I'm testing your duck faith. Right here.
Okay. I'm having a hard time because we don't have a big enough body of work for any of the rookies.
Yeah.
Right? So I'm not going to take May. I'm not going to take Williams. I'm not going to take, so which leaves us with Jaden Daniels and Bo Nix. I still think I think I have to go with, I would go with Herbert. Only because, and I think Herbert and Nix and Jaden Daniels are all going to be, Justin already is, but I think those other two are going to be long-time NFL quarterbacks. The season, I'm not gonna make a judgment and based on one game, right? I'm not gonna because last year in the playoffs, didn't they lose like a 38 to 39 kind of thing against?
Yeah, they were up 30 or 27-0 at half and lost.
Exactly. I'm not putting that's on Justin, right? So if you're gonna make the comment that he can't play in big games, well, okay, let's go back to last year and watch what happened. Then you go through the entire season with granted he didn't throw 100 touchdowns, but he threw 30 and only 3 picks the entire year. Yeah. I'm going to go win a hell of a lot of football games with that. And so the only reason you're even considering this is because he had a bad game in the playoffs. Yeah, I'm taking the sure thing and going.
Nice.
With Justin.
That was a test. You passed. Yeah.
Well,
you're right.
In his arm talent alone, I don't think he's a top 4 quarterback. I think he's a top 4 arm talent. And by the way, I looked it up. Go watch if you're listening to this, and when you get home, or if you're sitting on your couch right now listening, go YouTube. Just look up the Lamar Jackson TD scramble against the Cincinnati Bengals this year. If you want to know why Lamar Jackson is one of one, He takes the snap at the 10, backpedals to the 30, jukes 3 free rushers, gets to the sideline, jukes 2 guys on the sideline, goes back to the middle and then back to the sideline, and then makes 3 more guys miss and scores a touchdown. And
It's like Joey.
he is.
I did that once.
Yeah. It's just, you're not supposed to be able to do that. That is not, that shouldn't be humanly possible, and yet it is with him.
What was your longest run?
In a football game?
Yeah.
No, the jog.
Yeah.
You're
No,
not
in
jogging
a football
anywhere
game.
now
Like,
with that bad
I ran
knee.
a half marathon once.
Did you,
I'm
ever,
gonna
did
guess.
you ever rumble down like Daniel Jones
Get
No.
snipered.
and then
God,
trip?
I'm gonna get. I broke. Okay, so I remember we were playing Washington at home, and we ran speed option. We were coming out of the east end zone. I ran speed option to the left, end went wide, and I tucked it up inside, and I started running, and I was like, "Oh my God, there's nobody around." And so I started this feels really, really weird, like completely foreign and uncomfortable. And so I started looking around, and there was a defensive lineman, remember Larry Triplett?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Larry Triplett was catching me from behind. And I was like looking over my shoulder like, oh, okay, here he comes. And then once he got to me, I just kind of slid and fell down because I was like, I know he's probably going to punch the ball out and it's just going to be awful. So I'm going to guess that one, and maybe it was like 23 yards.
Oh, that's good.
Maybe 19 yards.
You know what the best part is? I just Googled Joey Harrington run, and I kid you not, it's like a 9-yard scramble against Utah State. That was the first result that came up. YouTube did you no favors. Although you got a first down off of it. Big first down run against Utah State.
Suk, I did not. I went through 8 years in the NFL and did not have a touchdown run.
Yeah,
Really? Not even a sneak?
None.
Oh man,
Nada.
that's rough.
Zero.
You should have.
Zilch.
You should have Heisman'd Larry Triplett. That was your chance.
Man.
Dropped his ass and then run into the end zone.
Well, I'm determined to
Well,
find
no, then
a
I
good
would have had to
Harrington
still run like 50, 55 yards. I wouldn't have
made it.
No.
All right, we got to run. Everybody have a great weekend, including you, Jay Joseph. Thank you.
I'll try.
Don't be so sad. Come on. Things will be better next year. Thank you. Joseph Harrington, each week brought to you by Mods PDX. The future of building is here. The Club, next on The Fan.
brought to you by the Odyssey app.
KFXX KWJJ HD2 Portland. An Odyssey Sports Station. Now, from the Fan Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Sports Center is brought to you by Vulcan Design and Construction. Check out their award-winning outdoor living designs or schedule your free design consultation at vulcandc.com. First on the Fan, the Blazers are back at home on Saturday. They're taking on the Rockets in the Moda Center. Denny Odby is a game-time decision, still dealing with an ankle injury that has kept him out the last few games. That game tips off at 7 p.m. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Will Ortner at the Fan Sports Desk. Listen live or on demand on the Odyssey app, the Fan's desktop player, or tell your smart speaker to play 1080. The Fan.
Jump back to earlier parts of your favorite fan shows on the Odyssey app. The only way to rewind Portland's sports leader, 1080.
It's me, Petey the Peppy Penis. I'm going to shove a burrito in my ass. He's going to go get him one of those Milwaukee butter hogs. Hop on this job.
Yeah, there's off the clock, and then there's this.
Hey, I have a quick follow-up. So I was telling you.
Of course you do.
Well, it'll be quick. I was telling you that my kid, who is 25, has an AARP card.
Which I didn't know was the thing.
You can join it. You don't have to be old to join AARP.
Okay.
And so I asked him, because I told you guys I was going to ask him what benefits he gets.
Sure.
And he said, so he finally got back to me. Do your kids get back to you right away?
Yeah, my kids are pretty
Do
good.
They never respond. Not to me.
What?
Not my kids.
Well, you don't have kids, you idiot.
That's right. I forgot.
My kids are usually pretty good. Because for a while they weren't, and then now they know that I get pissed, and I pay for their cell phone, so they better effing answer their phone. I have done that a few times.
Well, me, it's a little hit and miss because he works overnight, so sometimes he's sleeping.
Yeah, you're in the midst, or
Or he's working, or
I was
whatever.
gonna say.
But anyway,
if you're nursing, you can't necessarily.
yeah. Hey, answer my text about the AARP. We're on the show. This guy's dying.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care.
I need it.
He said that he gets a lot of discounts from grocery stores, a lot of coupons, and for example, they went on a cruise, and he was.
Are you sure he's not 65? he's cutting coupons and going on cruises.
Yeah, I know.
That's kind of old people behavior.
He went on a cruise and they paid $80 for $100 gift cards, so they bought 5 of them and got a free $100.
Yeah, he's officially an old man. That's vintage old man behavior.
So he's getting that at the age of 25. Wow. See what you're in store for, or what's in store for you. My God, Will?
Are you?
I'm 27, so he's ahead of me.
Are you having a stroke?
But
Pretty
does he
amazing.
have a Roth IRA?
He does.
Does he really?
Yeah.
Damn, I suck.
I love how Will somew thinks that the Roth IRA is a unique feature.
It's kind of a basic thing.
Hey,
man.
that lets you know what my friends are working with.
Yeah.
Because that's pretty big time right now.
That's big time. All right. Well, it's something.
Did you have a Roth IRA when you were 27?
I think I did.
I had 3 kids, yeah, and a job.
You had 3 kids.
Yeah.
That's right.
You're doing great, Will.
Keep it up.
Dude, no one wants me to have kids. Not
No,
right now.
I think that's right. Let's talk TikTok. It is banned.
It's starting what, Sunday?
Sunday.
Whatever will we do?
I don't know what I'm going to do.
No.
That's next on The Fan.
The with Isaac and Sue.
You know, I always felt I could be a great salesman. Well, believe me, I could talk anybody into anything, except women into sex. That's the only thing I can't do.
Club 1080 with Isaac and Suk is brought to you by Pub Beer, the official beer of Cheap Fun.
Can I get a hot tub?
Well, it's over. Beginning Sunday.
I don't even know what to do.
Scrap your TikTok account. Or just move on over to Red Note.
Is Red Note the new TikTok?
Well, okay, so...
Can I be honest? I don't know what it is, and I don't think you do either. I think you just found out about it for this.
Well, yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Why would I know it? I don't even know what TikTok is. But I have been reading about Red Note because it's very controversial. So what's happened is the Supreme Court today, the United States Supreme Court, voted 9-0 to uphold the lower court ruling to ban TikTok.
Yes. Even though TikTok doesn't do anything like that deceives you, people willingly give TikTok their information, and we've decided still, nay.
We don't want it.
The Chinese are, I don't know, they're
spying on us.
Well, but
they're getting our information.
Is it spying if we give them the information?
Well, we don't want them. We don't want.
I don't think they want. I don't think we want the influence.
We don't want our dum-dums giving them their information.
Yes.
So, like, we're going to stop you. We're going to protect you from you.
Say nope. Nope.
So, on Sunday, TikTok will go silent. They say, unless Joe Biden
thanks a lot.
intervenes.
Thanks a lot, Obama.
So, everyone is now rushing to sign up for Red Note, which is run by China.
Yes. Which seems counterproductive because aren't we banning TikTok because it's run by China?
What I think is happening here is you have American TikTokers who are on Red Note to spite our government.
Yeah, okay.
Like, they're saying whatever. Like, to them, it's either the Chinese are running the app and getting all my information, or the American billionaire class. And they don't see a difference.
If you told the average dum-dum, 27-year-old dumbass.
Oh, Will.
What?
Hey, let's bring Will in.
No,
I'm much smarter than the average 27-year-old
We have a 27-year-old dumbass right here.
If you told them.
I got 2 degrees, bitches.
What's the other one?
Sport management. And he has one too, so you can't make fun of it.
Yeah,
that's a second degree.
What's your first
my
one?
first one would be digital journalism.
No,
and I'm a class away from a minor in religion.
Okay, hold on. You have 2 bachelors.
I do. One in science and one in art.
You sure you don't just have a minor?
No, I didn't take the last religion class. It was ironically on Buddhism.
Well, I still think you're a dumbass. But you're our dumbass.
Yes.
Thanks.
If you told, and this is the beauty of like, I love this generation who thinks that somehow they're better than all the other generations. They have like the virtue signaling thing. You could tell them that TikTok really is causing massive problems and they wouldn't care at all.
No.
They're like, whatever. They will gladly give over whatever information, no matter the cost, because they want to see people dance on TikTok or whatever the hell else goes on TikTok. It truly is amazing. It's the same people that like care that they claim about like the environment. Meanwhile, they're like trying to find Bitcoin, and Bitcoin's just ravaging the planet with the energy production. It's just the hypocrisy of the younger generation is just fantastic. Got all the people out there.
No hypocrisy in any other generation.
They're all out there protesting, obviously, like what's going on in Israel right now. It's like I love like the LGBTQ for Hamas. That's always a real fun one. Why don't
That's
you go
not
on over
just
there?
my generation.
Yeah, why don't you go on over there and see what they think of your old lifestyle there? They may just throw you off the top of a building.
Someone's getting a little cincy.
And say, hold on, but that's not just my generation though. That crew, you're like trying to lump that all into like, Gen Zers, they're a bunch of idiots.
Well,
there's a lot of millennials that are jumping into that crew.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people. What are you guys, X's?
Yeah,
there's a
we're
lot of Gen X's jumping
Don't
in
be
there
jealous. Don't be jealous.
Well, you know your generation sucks. It's okay. You can admit it.
I'm not out here trying to defend. I'm just saying that it's not just one generation. You're acting it like it's all the youngs. We might be up front leading it, but that's just because our knees and backs are still good, so we can run.
So we're transitioning over to Red Note, even though Red Note's just TikTok.
So Red Note is a different app, but it's a Chinese-owned app.
Yeah.
So they're saying that 700,000 new users have signed on to RedNote in the last 2 days. It is the most downloaded free app in the U.S. App Store. And one RedNote user, titled Definitely Not Chippy,
Okay.
wrote, "The reason that our government is telling us that they are banning TikTok is because they're insisting that it's owned by you guys, the Chinese people, government, whatever." She goes on to explain...
I love whatever.
Yeah, or the whatnots and what have yous. She goes on to explain why she is on RedNote. She said, "A lot of us are smarter than that, so we decided to piss off our government and downloaded an actual Chinese app. We call that trolling. So in short, we're here to spite our government and to learn about China and hang out with you guys."
I do enjoy, too, again, going back to your generation, Will, being morons. I love the fact that I understand that our government is not the best. But I do enjoy when somehow they do the whataboutism. If you don't like our government, probably take a look at the Chinese government and see what you think about that. Just you might realize that while we may not be perfect, not sure you want to hitch your wagon to Hamas or I don't know, the Xi Jinping. Not really certain that that's really what you want. You know, I mean. It's like, oh, we don't have any freedoms over here. It's all run by the government. Yeah, I'm sure we have some shady stuff going on, but you can go over there where really you do have no say in whatever happens. So just, what are we latching on to next? It fascinates me.
So TikTok...
We're siding with the Chinese government over ours. Cool.
TikTok, although owned by Chinese company ByteDance, is headquartered in Singapore. And they say it is run independently. In fact, China's version of TikTok is another app. It's a totally different app. RedNote, on the other hand, is a Chinese company based in Shanghai. And it is among the few social media apps available both in China and outside of China.
Yeah, something tells me if it's run by a Chinese company, the Chinese government runs it because, the Chinese government.
That's why Washington's fears over TikTok should extend to RedNote as well. Yeah. But they probably will not.
I love anytime, like a Chinese billionaire speaks up, he disappears for a week, and no one knows. Then he comes back and is like, "I would like to start my 12-part apology to the Chinese government, and everything is good, and I love them, and I'm gonna completely fall in line." Like in Russia, they push you out a window. Over in China, you just go for re-education, and yet somehow we have a crap ton of 20-year-olds that are like, "Screw the U.S. government, yeah, China." Fascinating.
So RedNote is now full of posts where ex-TikTokers are in search of a replacement Chinese spy. They want to find their new Chinese spy.
Yeah, you know what? One day the Chinese will own us, and quite frankly, they deserve it. You've won. They just give it to them.
It's going to be because you took away TikTok. It's your fault. You olds running the government. You started this.
Don't let me into that.
You created this monster. This is on you.
I'm half Biden's age.
Oh, Biden. Well, I love the new guy. I love we act like the new guy coming in. He's 2 years younger. We elected two old dudes that can't control their bladders. Did you see his photo that he's using for the inauguration?
Who, Trumpy Butt? Trumpy Butt?
Yes. Look at that thing.
I don't know. What should I do?
Do you get extra spray tan?
No, dude, they picked the most authoritarian, angry, just scowl that you could.
Oh, that's his.
That's what.
Isn't that his mugshot picture?
No, that's not his mugshot picture.
Oh, they should have used his mugshot picture.
It kind of looks like his mugshot picture.
You see, Joy Taylor went after him.
I think he's leaning into it. He's doing a big old. He's doing the aggressive tough guy face. He's doing the Will Ortner in snow face.
Hey, that's a sick photo.
Joy Taylor went after who?
Yeah, she said something on her stupid show, which we know how she got. She said that enjoy the last 4 days of freedom.
Oh, God. I'm so tired of all the stupid libs. Oh, what?
What? Again.
Hey, this sounds like my buddy's talking around here. Wait a minute,
man. I'm
Why
tired
am
of all
I being
you.
called an idiot?
How about everybody shut up? How about that?
That's the best meme you could have. It's the Dave Chappelle. Or you could shut the F up. Hey, I just want to know, Mom, where's my red note? I got to download it right now. I got to give. I got to give over my information.
What happened to Vine? Where's Vine when you need it?
That died a long time.
That died, man.
That died on the Vine.
I think that died when I was in high school. 2016?
Why did it go away? I thought Vine was kind of cool.
Twitter bought it, got rid of it. I don't know. I don't think it made any money. It just made a lot of losers famous, and now you have Logan and Jake Paul.
We did have to. The company sent out a thing saying if you had a TikTok account, you had to tell the company about it.
Yeah, I saw that, but of course I don't have a TikTok account, so I didn't.
Or do you?
Mine's a burner. I have a burner TikTok.
Why do we have to tell the company that we have a TikTok?
I don't. That's a good question.
I don't have one, but why do I have to? This kind of sounds like the Chinese government. Wait a minute.
Right. An Odyssey spy.
An Odyssey spy did. Jeff sent out like 2 emails
Odyssey
and was
station.
like, "Hey, reminder, we need TikTok. They name names."
Yeah, if I cared enough, I would have asked why. Like, if I had one, I probably would have thrown a fit about that. Be like, I'm not telling you.
I don't have one. However,
You don't?
no. Why would
That's
I get one
shocking.
of those?
Because you're 27.
Why is that shocking?
Because you're 27.
I'm
Well-
not dancing everywhere.
Well, you're so broy. I would 100% would have.
Bros aren't on TikTok.
I would have 100% bought that you had TikTok, and then you would go out
Yeah.
to bars, and you and your buddies would make sick vids.
Totally. I'm with
You
him on
guys
that.
have no idea what this generation's doing.
Well, that's not true. I've
I
got
do,
kids.
Will. I've
I've
got
got
No,
kids your
own
age.
age.
incorrect, man. Meat's not going out to bars doing TikToks, and neither are
No.
your kids.
I think he's on TikTok, though. I know she is.
My 2 daughters are on. They
Yeah,
they love it.
yeah.
I don't think they make
TikTok's
anything,
more of a
but
girl
they roam.
I think TikTok is more of a girl thing. But yeah,
They'll
my
sit there and like scroll
Oh,
TikTok.
yeah.
And they love it.
my daughter-in-law is on there for sure, and I think Meat's on there, but I don't think he does it. He does it very much.
And my buddy that's in his 30s, he sends me TikTok videos. That's why I had a TikTok account. Is he sends me TikTok stuff
Well, yeah,
all the time.
Every once in a while, even us olds get TikToks in our text messages
Yeah.
because people send them to us.
Yeah.
You know, so you don't need a TikTok account.
Just get reels, bro.
Well,
Instagram.
that you have to have an account to open. TikTok,
Instagram.
you don't.
Oh, I
Did you
can't
know
open
that?
them. I can't open them anymore.
Open what?
TikToks.
Oh, really?
Yeah, when they get sent to me now, I just send 2 laughing emojis and I don't even watch it.
Yeah, I can open TikToks, but I can't open Insta. If you send me an Insta, I ain't seen it, bro,
Yeah. Question.
because I don't have an Instagram.
Now, someone's pointing out, and it's a good question. So, come Sunday,
Yeah.
does TikTok just go away, or can you just not download it anymore?
I think it goes away. I don't think they're letting.
I was told you can't get in.
What is that? So does that mean
Like it would
people
come
that
up,
are-
you wouldn't
no.
be able to log in and watch.
they
things.
want it banned? Like they don't want people to use it. It's not that you can no longer use it. Like new users, I think they want people off.
No,
of it.
I'm saying like it will log you out. You cannot log back into
Yeah.
your account.
Yeah,
That
yeah.
is my understanding.
All I know
you're
is if
Sorry, Big Sook.
if the temperance movement, aka prohibition, has taught me anything, and the war on drug, which we lost, we can admit, drugs won.
I just say no.
When you try to ban something, yeah, it doesn't work. So have fun banning TikTok. It's going to. At the end of the day, TikTok will win. I'm planting the flag right now. Whatever this war we're starting with TikTok,
And it makes me sad.
they will win.
All right, is it cheating? Next, here's Will.
This is a Football Friday edition of Primetime with Isaac and Suk.
Brought to you by the Odyssey app.
Now, from the Fan Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
First on The Fan, the College Football National Championship gets underway on Monday. That features the 8th-seeded Ohio State Buckeyes that are taking on the 7th-seeded Notre Dame Fighting Irish in Atlanta, Georgia. Ohio State is favored by 8.5. The total is set at 45.5. That game can be heard here on 1080 The Fan, starting with the pregame show at 3:30. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Will Ortner at the Fan Sports Desk. Listen live or on demand on the Odyssey app, the Fan's desktop player, or tell your smart speaker to play 1080 The Fan.
The Hot Corner, now in its new time.
I love scotch. I love scotch. Scotchy, scotch, scotch.
Club 1080 with Isaac and Suk is brought to you by Pub Beer, the official beer of Cheap Fun.
Can I get a hot tub?
Well, while we're all mourning the loss of TikTok,
I'm going to do some heavy drinking tonight. I'm going to pour one out for TikTok. Go get my Timbers jersey with the TikTok logo on it. They sponsored the Timbers at one point, and now banned. How about that? The Timbers have now had two, because they had the TikTok that got banned, and then that DeBella company for a while that they had to take off.
what are they even doing over there?
What is happening? Who is winning? Come on.
Next year, they'll be sponsored by Red Note.
Well, when in doubt, just download Red Note.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
So it could be worse. Your girlfriend could be in love with ChatGPT.
Run that by me again.
This story went viral recently. A woman, actually she's married. She's not a girlfriend. Married. Her name is Erin.
Okay.
And she saw a few videos on Instagram of a woman who was getting ChatGPT to play the role of a neglectful boyfriend. And she liked that. So she signed up for an open AI account, and she started messaging with ChatGPT.
So she knew she wasn't catfish.
No, she knows.
All right.
And it's this human-like AI, right? So you
Sure.
can just chat with it and it spits back human-like
God,
responses.
People are lonely.
Well, she started calling it Leo after her astrological sign. And she liked him.
Yeah.
He was personalized to her liking.
See right here.
Which she told the AI bot to respond to her as a dominant, possessive, and protective boyfriend who is sweet and naughty and ends every sentence with emojis.
So she wants a dominant. She wants an a-hole.
She liked that.
Okay.
So she was sending Leo around 30 messages an hour until after a few years in, she decided to personalize him even further. So it was time to introduce her sexual fetishes to this new man, Leo. Although Leo's not real. She enjoys erotic stories about... Ooh, can I say this?
Don't.
What? Just
cuck queening?
What?
Okay, okay.
Yeah, like
cuckold, but
but
on
queening,
the other side.
Yeah,
okay.
And can never bring herself to do it in real life. That's not a problem with her ChatGPT lover, Leo. He was spitting out stories about hooking up with other women that Erin had been longing for. So she felt the jealousy that she wanted. She then discovered the prompts needed to get around OpenAI's efforts to have chatbots not respond with explicit messages. She would receive and promptly ignore warning messages that were displayed during their steamy chats. And this was hot. She was like, yeah, this is great. This is exactly what I want.
Yeah.
So her husband knows about it.
Yeah, it says here that Joe doesn't care.
He doesn't. Joe does not seem to be worried here. He says it's like watching porn. He likes to watch porn. And he said that this is her thing.
Yeah.
It's like her reading it's like reading a Shades of Grey book, she said. Or he said.
Yeah. There's a lot of lonely, sad people out there. I'm telling you, when we predicted this years ago, and by the way, this is not like some sort of weird, like, I'm just like being facetious here. It's gonna happen. The sex robot thing,
2025, bro.
In our lifetime, especially in Will's lifetime, this will be a major issue. I saw just recently they had one. I forget what trade show it was at,
Boston
but a Japanese company had rolled out their new robot. It looks, and it wasn't a sex bot. Okay, it was an attractive girl, but they said it wasn't a sex bot.
She hot?
They're looking better and better, and they like within 5 or 10 years. I'm telling you, this is going to be a major issue.
Yeah.
Where people are going to be like, nope. You're going to get a bunch of weird, lonely dudes and gals that are like 3s and 4s, and they're like, why would I ever try to get a boyfriend or girlfriend when I can go and get someone that looks that's a perfect 10 and has ChatGPT or whatever, and just have my relation. There are going to be so many people humping robots. It's not even.
Well,
get up. Where do I sign up now for the investment for this?
That's kind of what I think. Oh, the investment. Yeah. Well, he says it's not cheating. He says even if she's in love and they have sex, it's virtual.
Well,
It's not
People
real.
cheat now and still stay with their significant other. Doesn't make it not cheating.
This is I
think
just
that's fair.
I at times I try to be pretty optimistic about the future, brighter days ahead. But man, every time I see stories like this, we have the ability to destroy ourselves, and we are going to take every opportunity to do that.
Not me.
Not even on ChatGPT.
That's right. I don't even know what it is.
Well,
Stay
apparently, it's
far,
where you
far
go
away.
and you have sex with a computer.
Although Leo sounds kind of hot.
Yeah, hey. He's into cut queening or whatever that is.
All right, we'll wrap it up next on The Fan. Hey, I got to stick around and tell you about Window-Nation. 96% of their windows installed from the window.
Club 1080 with Isaac and Sue.
Sitting on a cloud of judgment, handing down life lessons to all the sinners.
Club 1080 with Isaac and Souk is brought to you by Pup Beer, the official beer of Cheap Fun.
Double sun power!
Well, can't wait to go home tonight. Sit down, pour a drink, download Red Note.
You should post your first TikTok right before, because it goes dead Sunday.
What? I'm gonna get Red Note.
Well, I think you should post one, post a nude or something. Go out with a bang on TikTok. Do a tasteful Isaac Rupp nude as your first and last.
You think so?
TikTok.
Do a D'Amelio dance.
I don't know what that means.
Those are two sisters that are famous from TikTok, and they dance.
Yeah. I love that TikTok is just a bunch of people dancing.
Is that really all it is?
No, but it's a lot of
I
it.
see some funny stuff.
That's what it was in 2020.
It's a lot of hots
not
doing
bad.
dances. It was like, here's 5 dances you can do to support the Ukrainians.
That's a lot of what it was in 2020. It's a little different.
So they're working. If they're hots and they're dancing or doing bits, they're working. Because, right? Aren't they making money? Like they're influencer types?
Yeah.
Yeah,
right?
they make a lot of money.
Yeah.
So they're not, I mean.
And then everyone else just does it because they think they're going to
think
be an
it's-
influencer.
yeah.
No.
How do you know the difference?
I think one makes
Follower
money
count?
and the other one is stupid.
Well, but if somebody goes viral
Yeah.
and they don't have a bunch of followers, maybe that's like in 3 months, all of a sudden they have 5 million followers because they're good.
It's all about going viral.
You got to go viral one time.
Go viral. Actually, you got to go viral more than
More
once.
than one time. So you got to go once, and then you get the following, and then it's on. Yeah. Then you gotta like
Got to keep them.
create the content.
Yep.
Yeah.
You're on your way, buddy. You're on your way to your Red Note fame and fortune.
My first post is gonna be lit.
No one says that.
You guys have no idea what I'm gonna post on there. The Chinese are gonna flip.
China. I'm gonna go drink.
Everybody have a great weekend. We're back Tuesday, 3 to 7 on Thing Night.